Hello, and welcome to our very latest episode of the Night Quest. That's right, yo. It's been so long. All right, it's been so long since our last time here live. As you will recall, last episode we were here.
What are we doing?
It was in celebration of my Doodle's birthday. We have since had that birthday.
Yes,
had an awesome weekend.
we
Appreciate you
did.
all for coming to rock out.
Seriously, thank you guys so much. Those of you that are still sending me messages or leaving a message in our videos or on Twitter. Thank you guys. Thank you, Star Lord Killer, for sending a super thanks for my birthday. Thank you for that $5 super thanks. Thank you so much, you guys, for showing me so much love. It's really appreciated. It means a lot.
Absolutely. But you know what it is, man. I am CMoney, and I am joined by the always lovely Doodle.
What's up, everyone? Happy Tuesday. Thank you so very much for rocking out with us today. Let's get it.
Let's get it indeed. Now, as you know, it is Tuesday night. It is Night Quest.
Yes.
And as you can see, it's not just two circles up here. No. There is a third circle, my friend. And that third circle is our homie, our boy, Fuzzy motherfucking Belvedere in the building. What's up, my dude? Thank you for being here.
Let's get it.
What's up, everyone? Glad to be here. Man, it's been pretty good news for Xbox here. We got games coming out here pretty quick. So, man, getting excited because of these reviews, man. I'm looking forward to South of Midnight and Avowed. Can't wait.
Absolutely. As you guys know, we just dropped our official preview of South of Midnight.
Yes.
And we're going to discuss it a bit, but spoiler alert, the shit is fire. Just what it is. And then, as you know, on Thursday, our review of Avowed will be dropping, and there will be no such quips from us about that game until Thursday. So Thursday, you will see and hear everything you need to about Avowed. But for now, that South of Midnight is fire. That's funny because, like, I know we're in this week and we're like, yo, we got this fire ass game that we have, and it's amazing, and we got to tell all the homies about it. And then we got another game dropping. And from what I remember, the weekend, PlayStation shut down for the weekend, right? They took a break.
Oh, they were like,
they said, you know what? We ain't got games anyway, so let's go ahead and take a nap. You know what I'm saying? Let's all take a nap. Guys, Xbox has some fun news this week. Go ahead and relax for the weekend.
I think that they were trying to see if people were still around. They were like, I wonder if they notice if we shut this bitch down. Like, they're at that point, I feel like they're like, there's so much silence around our games and you know,
dude, they were silent the weekend about it. You know what I'm saying? They were just like, I don't know what you're talking about. What problems?
Who has games?
My homie, motherfucking South is out in the building. Thank you for being here, man. Appreciate you, fam.
No problem. I thought I must be crazy, but I thought y'all were talking about ponies having games.
I forgot.
Well, listen. It's only been about 42 years since they had a show, but supposedly they have a show tomorrow. Now, this is the thing. When you read the show,
yes,
it's like 40 minutes long, right?
Mm-hmm.
The verbiage of it, and listen, we'll find out tomorrow, but the verbiage doesn't leave a lot of like, yo, I'm so hyped for what PlayStation is going to be showing us that they're working on.
I mean,
it sounds like they got a bunch of games from around the world that they're going to show.
It's a third-party show for sure.
I mean, I gotta imagine that in 40 minutes they could squeeze in another trailer of Ghost of Hotel. What is it?
I don't.
Hotel.
I don't.
Ghost of Yogurt. Ghost of PlayStation.
All right,
take anything at this point.
I get it.
Ghost of them hoes. Everything goes.
You know, that's the only
good.
That's the only shot they got, and I don't think they want to bust their wad too early. I think they want to save that for the summertime. So I don't think they're gonna show that game, because even like with like,
there's no load to bust.
a couple of years ago, people were begging for Horizon. They kept begging for Horizon at a State of Play, and they just wouldn't show it because they didn't have anything else to show. They saved it until like late spring, early summer. So I think that's gonna kind of be the same thing with Ghost of Yotei. I can't see it showing up there. Now, Fair Play or Fair Games, whatever the heck that game is called, that could be there because it's been a long time since we've heard anything about that one. What else? What other games has been a long time since we heard about?
There's so many. There's like
Wolverine.
All they have are games that we haven't heard about.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like that's it.
They could have an entire show on just cancel games.
They should. They should recap it. They should start the show with a recap.
All the ideas we had that we thought were great.
You know, hey,
but
listen,
we can't afford. Maybe Phil will want to fund them.
Let them know, be like, yo, we were going to show you a bunch of games on this showcase that was from first party. And these are it. They are not canceled, and you're never going to see them, but they were going to be here. That was the plan.
Yeah.
We have the sketches. We can make you guys a graphic novel if you like. How did that graphic novel for Returnal sell? How did that go?
Yo, that's gonna be a good time. Listen, we're definitely gonna talk about it. We'll read their statement. We'll see if we all agree on the verbiage here on what they're saying. But yeah, man, there's definitely a lot to talk about. I already see in the chat somebody making a comment about South of Midnight that I do want to address because it's bugging the shit out of me because we did play this game.
Yes.
And I am a little sick of the combat talk about South of Midnight. So
interesting.
I do want to talk about that for sure. But before we do any of that, you know what it is, man. We're here with the homies on a Tuesday night. All of y'all here rocking out with us. You guys are the shit.
Supposed to be rocking out beanies, but damn, I
got a new one.
I got a hoodie.
Yeah, I gotta support.
See
free money, the free money crisis.
He's the crisis. Oh no! Oh, man down.
How did you go from support?
CMoney, yo, right? I feel like, listen, there was
I am supporting.
Shown, and then like a big wow.
If we both, if we all have beanies, then the hairline jokes go away. So I'm supporting.
Listen, first of all, there's no more support that you could do than Fuzzy. He has it covering the entire camera. We just got the baby pulled all the way down.
Hey, Fuzzy has accepted it. You know what I'm saying? He's gone full bald. The chocolate bald look, it works. So he just accepted it. You know what I'm saying?
He accepted it, CMoney. That's what.
Hey, except for my love of a beanie. Right? That's the only thing to accept. God,
it's freaking winter, guys.
Jesus, the hell do you want? Again, literally acted like number one. They didn't just see me in the interviews we just did without a beanie. And then they acted like the whole first, like this whole last 2 years.
I
year and a half.
I think I forget who said this about the. It was nice of them to have a stool for you.
Oh,
and
no,
it's like,
don't start bringing up pain.
Damn, guys.
Pain.
Damn.
Fucked up. God damn it. Listen. Yeah. All right. You know what it is. Okay. We're here with our homies live in the building, man. We have to shout y'all out. We appreciate each and every one of y'all.
Thank you, guys,
for being here with us, man. Thank you so much. I do need to do a little bit of this.
And a little bit of that.
Do a little bit of this. What the
and then a shimmy, shimmy.
And then a little bit of this.
Okay.
And then a little bit of that.
Voila.
And then a little bit of
this.
He's
still going.
Okay. We cool.
Okay. Let's go.
All right. So obviously, you know what it is, man. We want to shout out everybody who does support us over on Patreon and YouTube. You guys are the shit. So thank y'all. But of course, we do have to shout out our YouTube elite members. We got the homie Big Boy Mike, and the homie Dark Angelic. Woo. And of course, you have our YouTube Inner Circle member, homie Big Mix Gaming, man. We appreciate you,
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Now,
yes,
that's all fine and dandy, and you guys are the shit, man. We appreciate each and every one of you. Like we said, the support is amazing. So thank y'all. But you know what it is, man. You being live right now in the building with us are supporting us in such a major way, man, and we appreciate y'all. So thank you for being here. But you know, we have to find out the question of all questions. The answer? The answer.
Don't we want to know the answer to the question of all questions?
Yes. The answer to the question of all questions. You know what I'm saying? You get the picture. Okay. Who was the first three in this
Tell
bitch?
Us.
We need to know. And I know. They didn't screw this up this time.
Okay.
Making his return.
Ooh.
Saying the fuck you will. Stop me from being number one. There was a warning. Huge warning. You hear it? Are we here? We know the huge warning happening right now.
Okay.
And the warning is to let us know that there's going to be a lot of hurt feelings right now. Because there's only one number one. It's Music 72.
Let's go.
Music 72.
Yes.
All right.
Taking the top spot once again.
He's back, baby.
He said, I'm back.
Yes.
I ain't never playing second fiddle or
never
nobody.
Again. I feel like he's getting in the groove and there's no stopping music anymore. You know what I'm saying? I feel like he's determined. This is not gonna be a one-hit wonder. It is. It's not gonna be a one-night stand.
This is gonna be always and forever. From what I heard, always and forever. That was the goal here. We'll see what happens. We'll see if he can keep it up. You know what I'm saying? But second in the building, which is a heartbreak because second thought he was first for sure.
Oh damn!
Second in the building, our boy.
Tell me.
Irel too.
Yes, Irel. Let's go.
He rolled first.
Listen, you come in with the confidence. You're like, listen, I got this. You know?
Well, he had the confidence. It was obviously misplaced. And music did not let it up. He started laughing immediately. Ha ha ha.
Oh, damn.
Said, no first for you. I mean,
so
music
humble.
is not a gracious winner.
Listen,
that's what I would say.
This is someone you want to compete with, you know? He's just
I'm just saying.
He's level-minded.
I feel like that puts a target on your back, music. I feel like that's gonna make a lot of people want to take you down and make sure you don't end up even in the top 3. Oh, damn, that would be harsh. Music
creating waves around the block.
You made it at first. Irel 2 was number 2. And who was our top third? Top third? Third? The third person in the top 3?
Who was third in the building, baby?
Who was third in the building? It's our boy. Jesse motherfucking B.
Jesse B. Let's go, baby.
Jesse B in the building. Number 3. Thank you so much, man. Appreciate y'all.
Love. Thank you for rocking out.
The shit.
Yes.
Thank you for being here. I do see we have the homie. Do you know me?
Oh,
with that $2 super chat. Appreciate you. Oh, he says, I'll
make
the list. Maybe temporary, but we will see. Oh, snap. Well, no, because first super chat is always first. So technically, by definition, you are on the list.
I'm on the list, baby.
He's going on the list, man. He's going on the list.
Well, we know you anywhere. Do you know me? That's our boy from a mile away.
Oh shit!
You didn't know?
You think I can see that picture? You think I can see that picture?
The insider. Broke boy Lewis. Listen, yes.
I would if I could see the picture. I would.
Oh, so you're saying that I don't need glasses and I have amazing vision.
Actually, that's what I'm saying that you looked at the image closely, where I did not even glance at the image.
Look him doubling down on the slander. And you wonder why I make the jokes with my people.
Wow. Yeah. Look at this. First of all, you saw how she took ownership of my people. Like, screw you, CMoney. You ain't shit. You ain't shit. There ain't no people here. There ain't no people here to see you, asshole. Shut up and stop looking goofy. That's all I heard. I heard all of that.
All of that in that. Okay. Yeah. All right. All right. Thanks for sharing your feelings.
Yeah. For sure. Appreciate it, though. Appreciate it. Okay. Now we're safe. We're locked in. Okay. There we go. Do you know me's back? With
Let's
another
go.
$2 super chat. Says,
what's up, baby?
That's my new Twitter handle.
Ooh.
I'm console warring.
Okay. Let's go.
All right. Do you
know
me? You know, his first name is Do You, and then Know Me. Maybe it's not Do You Know Me, and that K is a was a red herring? You know, to throw us off. You know what I'm saying? To throw us off.
Okay.
And she's saying like, do you now me? You know what I'm saying? So like, go do you and now do me.
Do you?
This is what I mean.
What are you saying that our boy is out there trying to get done?
That's the way I read this. He said, "You do you, like right now, go do
and then
you,
come do me,
and then after you do you, come do me." You know what I'm saying? So I don't know what that means, but I feel like that's the message he's putting out there.
Okay,
you know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. I'm just saying.
I would say he disagrees. Okay. But you know,
I don't know. He didn't deny it, so
we'll see.
I think I'm pretty spot on. Actually, you're welcome for us clarifying that for you. Do you now me? You know what I'm saying? I got you.
You. Do everyone, including
maybe it's
me.
like do you K now me. You know what I'm saying?
Damn, no, I cannot see it. Do you K now me?
Right?
Yeah. Okay, now come and do me. Yes.
It makes sense.
Okay. That's okay. All right.
Yeah.
Sorry, Will. I was misunderstanding.
You can't disrespect
the nature
him. You know what I'm saying?
Of the name.
Facts. I just see the homie Becca in the building.
What's up, baby?
What's up, man? Why so serious?
Why? What's up, baby? Thank you for being here.
We need kills.
Yes. On a Tuesday for Shizo.
Oh, he says, can't wait for Marathon to be shown. The final nail being held on that coffin. Nailed in that coffin. You know what?
Get it.
Final nail in the coffin. Yo, I was just listening to Nail in the Coffin by Eminem. If y'all don't know.
Listen.
That's when he had beef with Benzino.
Seems like a
motherfucker, man. That's the way he starts the song. Come on. This is a banger. Shit is a banger.
Let's go.
I relate to that song a lot. The homie Mr. Money is in the building. What's up, man? No worries.
Mr. Money in the building.
Math Hole 1977. What's up, man? Thank you for being here. Coach
Thank you, love.
Hoodie Canuck.
Fam Jam, what's up?
In the building. Fam Jam, what's up, homie? Thank you for being here. Cage, I nicked a tomato in the shower for this with his boobs.
What?
That's what he wrote, boobs.
Oh, okay. Well, just a reminder.
The homie, do you, K, now me. Way now.
I feel like we need emojis. Do you, right? Like a pointing emoji. And then K,
now me. I get it. It says
everybody gonna get it.
That's my PlayStation versus Xbox group name. Profile pic for that is of the Law and Order SVU villain William Lewis, voted most hated of series.
Again,
Nice.
No clarification, so I assume you're correct, CMoney.
Yeah, that's exactly. I know.
All right.
I know.
All right. All right.
I get it.
We get the message.
But I like that. I like that name. Do you, Kay? Now me. Perfect. Be nice in the building. What's up, man?
The homie. What's up, baby?
Thank you for being here, fam. Appreciate
Thank you,
Appreciate you. Mont PM PBM Gaming. What's up, fam? Thank you for being here, man. Appreciate you, homie.
What's up, love? Happy Tuesday.
Happy Tuesday, indeed. General Spartan 27. With the factual statement, PlayStation has no games.
No games.
Yo, let me tell you
games. So they have a show tomorrow, guys.
Let me tell you something. Tomorrow,
giddy up.
If they don't show up with, God, at least some, like they have to have something, right? Something.
They have one game that the ponies are gonna love. One. Lost Soul Aside.
What? I have no idea.
It's a game from the China Hero project that they've been hyping up, I think, since like 2016.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it was announced along with the Black Myth game. It was right around that same time frame. So that's a game.
And then they have Phantom Blade Zero, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, but I don't think that game is gonna be. Every time they show it, it looks worse.
Oh, shots fired, baby! Let's go.
Trailer. So
yeah, people were impressed with that last trailer, and I was very confused because I was like, I mean, doesn't look like anything special.
Yeah,
it
looks like a dingy Souls-like game that doesn't quite nail it.
Listen, they've been a rough time without any normal amount of games to show or to let people know are at least in existence. So even if they don't have like real trailers and shit, they gotta at least like announce some shit. Like, hey, these studios are working on games that ain't coming out for years, but like you know what it is? I feel like until they announce that a studio is working on something specific, it's almost like they're trying not to be like Facebook official. Remember when that was a thing where it was like, you know, you're not official to your Facebook official, right? That was like a thing that was happening at a certain time. Like, if you don't want to put me on your Facebook as your significant other, then we ain't real, right?
Yeah.
I feel like that's what they do. They're like, if I don't announce any of these games, they technically don't exist. So we can cancel you and there's no harm, no foul. You know what I'm saying? It's okay. I feel like that's where they are. So I want to see some commitment.
Yes.
All right.
Put that ring out.
Put the ring on something.
Yes.
Show us that some shit is actually being worked on and not just like, well, they have studios, so they're gonna be doing something.
They must be doing
games. That's what they have.
Something.
God damn, there's a bunch of fucking canceled games.
Shit.
Show us that you guys aren't fucked up in the mind. You know what I'm saying?
Show us you're not a fuck up. And you're still in the game, and you're trying to compete. Come on, man!
Gotta do something, man.
Get up! Get off your knees, PlayStation.
Yo,
it's dark down there.
They're just like if this is the face, they're just like taking the like, you know what I'm saying? Like it's the cock slap. It's just wake up. You know what I'm saying? Like that's what they're trying to do to PlayStation, but it's like they won't wake up. You know. So hopefully it's right. Do you, Kay? Now me. That final super chat says Doodle had it correct. It's do you, Kay? Now me. It has nothing to do with the Florida incident. CMoney.
That is definitely Florida, because Florida has a space in between.
Oh my God. Yes. It is.
So,
thank you, baby. Thank you for the clarification.
You're welcome.
Out here trying to act like I can't read.
Yeah, seriously.
Just
you got
because
this,
you make
baby.
a fucking capital letter in the middle of a word
doesn't separate them.
A new word.
All right? Still Florida.
Do you
all right?
Now me with that? I forgot the K. Sorry. Do you, K? Now me with that $2 super chat says, CMoney, play that console sales game trailer I sent you. I told you we already played that one. Don't you remember? We had
which one?
The console sales. Remember the guy who made that trailer?
Yes. Oh, that was so good.
And he sent it to us.
Yes.
Said, hey, play this, and we did, and we all loved it. Yeah,
that was funny. That was really good.
Yeah, we did. That shit was fire. So yes, but
thank you, Will. Find us just another one if you have, because that one was really good.
It was.
That was really good.
That I see the homie
laughing.
Ryu Art Gaming in the building.
What's good?
What's up, man?
Happy
General
Tuesday.
Spartan back. He says, "What does Xbox have?" Question. Let's see. South of Midnight, fire.
Shall we?
Avowed, redacted. Doom, fire. COD, fire. Mecha Break. I know that came back after like years ago announcing it, and now it's happening, I guess, this summer as a timed exclusive, as a console exclusive. And then you got Halo, Gears, Forza, etc. So many games to play with. Yeah, I mean, honestly, it's crazy how many games we have. Like it's kind of insane. It's kind of insane.
It's almost, but see, it's almost like PlayStation thought it was like opposite day when Concord released, right? Like good games, no. Shit games, here you go. So they're doing the opposite of what they're supposed to be doing, reaching goals in the opposite direction. But like, let's take a break from that. Let's get back to normality. Like opposite day is just 24 hours. Hiroki, you should know it should not last longer than that. Let's get back on track.
Facts. Big facts. You got the homie Dragon Warrior in the building.
Let's go. What's up, baby?
What's up, my dude? Thank you for being here, fam.
Thank you for rocking out.
Appreciate you, homie. Appreciate your outward lyric.
Yes. What's up?
Oh, he says my eye is messed up, but I'm recovering well. Good.
Oh,
glad you're.
I'm happy you're feeling better. I'm sorry you're going through something.
Yeah. No bueno.
Keep us posted, baby.
I see Max City Entertainment in the building. What's up, man? Thank you for being here.
What's going on?
Sappho, what's up, man? Says Sony put those ponies on timeout. Damn. Damn.
Trying to give them some perspective. They're like, listen, you got how long was it out for though?
24 hours.
24 hours? They're like, let's give them a day.
Somebody
to touch some grass.
The last one that I saw, like somebody was like, it's been 25 hours. So I think it officially is like 25 hours, but still it's and we'll talk about it, but that's of course.
So a day for every 5 hours lost. A day of PlayStation Plus for every 5 hours lost.
Which is the stupidest fucking shit. Like if you're not giving us a month, you know what I'm saying? Then
I said the same thing. It should have been at least a month at work.
Yeah, like you don't understand how this fucking how the ratio works. We don't want actual convergent rates. You know what I'm saying? Like we don't want logical shit because this shit's not logical. You should not have gone down for the people who do use that shit. You know what I'm saying?
Like how much is that really?
Like it's not a tit for tat. It's a God, I'm so sorry. Here's a month free. But for them, that's like welfare. They go broke for a month. They did that.
He won't be able to eat anything other than like noodle soups for a freaking year if they do a month free.
Shoot.
But the worst part of all this,
gotta cancel another game. Which one is it? They probably had to cancel something for those 5 days. Yo, be careful. Be careful.
I know, right?
Maybe you need to tell them to take that 5
But this
back.
is the thing, and I do have a question. I don't know if you guys know the answer. Is this something that they're going to go ahead and charge 5 days later, and that's going to be their new cycle? Or is this something like
it's going to disappear?
It is going to disappear because I think this is something you cash in like at the back end.
Yeah, when you cancel your subscription, hey, no worries, you got 5 days after.
And it's like, what in the hell? Most people are not going to go ahead and cash that in. This is not going to happen.
Yeah,
facts.
So here we go, sneaky ways.
I just think it's horrible that they haven't told us what was the source of the outage. Like, were they hacked? Was it a like we have reporters come and say, "Oh, we think it was a DDoS attack," but Sony hasn't come out and said this is what happened
in their official verbiage. I mean, and we're gonna get into it, but it's outages. So it just says outages. So we'll talk.
They
about
went and generalized the situation. You can't pinpoint exactly what took place.
Educated thoughts about what happened over there at PlayStation. Did they just fall asleep? Forgot to turn it back on? Did somebody spill coffee? We don't know.
Oh, listen. We know how
coffee was intentional.
Fact.
Popping up.
Hey, did they not pay the bill? You know what I'm saying?
Oh,
did they get cut off for a day? They're oh shit! Damn it, my check ain't clear.
It was
check is in the mail.
I got a conspiracy theory. It was COD Double XP weekend. Sony got tired of writing the checks. They were a little short this month. They said, shut down the network. Shut down the network.
That makes sense to me for sure. That's a
They
big
mailed
fact.
the check. It's in the mail, guys. I mailed that shit.
Oh my god. So we have the homie Hargeem Sadiq in
Yo,
the building, my dude, with that $20 super chat, man. Appreciate you, fam.
let's go.
Thank you for being here, man.
Thank
Says
you.
they will have Horizon Forbidden West remaster, Lego Horizon remaster with Lego mechanics added. Wow. AstroBot for PSVR 2, Ragnarok remaster, Last of Us 2 remastered again, and in the first, the remaster for Yote before the game. Yo, that's wild right there. I was not expecting that.
Guys, you're getting
a demo,
a remaster before the game launches. That was amazing. That was amazing.
That's wild, right?
Wow.
There. That's real wild.
But listen,
that's real wild.
But listen, possible, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean,
anything's possible over there right now.
They've been turning down some recent games. Like you heard the rumors about the Resistance 4 they turned down, and a sequel to 1886. It's like, yeah, of course they're going to do some more remasters. They got to do the remasters before they can do sequels. So
that's right. That's right. Yeah. We did see that. Maybe we'll get around to actually talking about it. But yeah, you're absolutely right. They did. PlayStation shut down. They were like, bro, why are you coming at me again, dog? Don't you know I can't afford no goddamn sequels? Leave me alone. We can't make new games. I can barely make the games we got. What's wrong with you? This is the problem. We have the homie Server Salah.
What's good?
$2 super chat. Appreciate you, fam.
Thank
you. Even the showcase of splash screens shows something. Facts. Yeah, I mean, I think honestly, forget about the ponies, right? Because they weren't going to buy any of those games anyway. But like, I feel like just the people who own the box, God, PlayStation, like fucking just give them something. Like, give them anything. Like, hey, don't worry. Look, this studio is making this game. It's happening. Okay. It's not going to be now, but it'll come. Listen, what if they have like an amazing show?
So this is the thing. Yeah, we're going to get into it. I'm just saying, like, these developers, to a certain extent, they heard about Ghost of Yote. They haven't really made a hype about it, right? They're excited about Xbox games.
Yeah, but
right?
But that's facts. But this all. But at least they're being real.
Yes, but they went ahead and they heard about Intergalactic, and they trashed it.
I mean,
so yes, they're being real, but at the same time, it's like obviously they don't know what these developers want.
Well, I mean,
right?
First of all, Ghost of Yote ain't nobody excited for that.
No,
outside of let me. I don't want to be so generic, right? Listen, I know people who love Ghost of Tsushima are going to be excited for the second one, right? Cool.
Yeah.
Understood. I'm not taking that away from the people who love.
There are the people that will not get over the disappointment that they changed the protagonist. And then there are people that are going to say, okay, they changed the protagonist. It's not looking as great as I would want it to look, but I'm okay with that because we're starving. Right. And I want the next game.
I just feel like they're not going to be like, this is going to be the next in line game where they released the first one and it did well. The second one did less. Like that is where they are again with this. It's almost guaranteed unless, listen, maybe it's in this showcase and maybe they're like, yo, we fucked up. We hit send on the wrong, like, trailer that was alpha. This is what it looks like now, and maybe it's just like, holy shit, all right, that looks dope. We'll see. Tomorrow's the show. We'll watch it.
It's right around the corner.
We'll see.
I thought it was supposed to be last week. Obviously that didn't take place. So I was like, okay.
No, it was for this week.
Last week, yesterday, right? The 10th.
It was going to be this week.
Supposed to be like on the 10th or something. They said originally. Which was, I guess, yesterday.
That's what I thought. Thank you. I thought that we were supposed to get it.
Somebody just said sooner. The week of the 14th.
Okay.
So
But
the rumor is
here
that
we are,
Starfield is
the
supposed to be
12th.
there. We're going to talk about it. We're going to talk. I don't want to go too deep. We have the topic. To
All
talk
right,
about,
all right.
but agreed. Look, fucking. Do you, K?
Let's
Now
go.
me. Gifted one month for gamer membership. And I appreciate it, but I know why he did it. He did it just so that he can have his name on the banner again. Just
Twice. He wants it. Now me. That part, it's twice. He's letting everybody know.
K, now me. Then do you again, K. Now me again. My boy. The homie. Do you, K. Now me. Thank you, my brother, for going ahead and gifting.
Thank you so much.
For gamer membership, man. Y'all know what to do.
Tell him, baby.
Put motherfucking welcome to the family emoji in the chat.
Yes.
Welcome our newest member, man. And that newest member is Torino Johnson.
Yes.
My dude. Thank you, brother. Appreciate you, man.
Thank you for rocking now.
Thank you so much. And of course, do you, K, now me. Appreciate you, homie.
Thank you
so much. Let me update this. You deserve it. You know what I'm saying? You guys, Hargeet too. He's in there.
Let's go.
Let's let me go here. We got Hargeet. Got him updated. And then of course we got do you. Okay. Now me. On gifted. Excuse me. All right. Everything's updated. Done. There we go. You made it. You locked it in. The question is,
baby.
Can you keep that spot with one? You know what I'm saying? This is what you did last time. Last time he held it. He held strong. So we will see. Oh my God, that was hilarious. And of course, we have the homie Sir Ripsalot back.
Sir Ripsalot, let's go.
Says state of play question mark says more like state of bailout. Oh shit.
Okay, so the question is, are we going to go ahead and see Xbox games during the show? I feel
that
like
would be amazing.
I agree. I agree 100%. And I feel like they're no longer doing this whole let's put a podcast together to let everybody know what's going and when. It's kind of like there've been tweets about it, and it's kind of it just with the fact that they're doing a state of emergency tomorrow, it feels like maybe they just wanted to rip the Band-Aid off here. This is already announced from us, so go ahead and use what you want during your show and promote our games, right?
Agreed. 100%. Yeah, I mean, at this point, it's just they want to take.
At this point, PlayStation wants that 30%, right? Yes. They've tasted the frosting, and it's delicious. So they want that 30% to continue to come in.
Dude, remember, the games are not out yet, but they know the pre-orders. You know what I'm saying? Like, they know the pre-orders are ready. So they're like, okay, this is what we're talking about. You got the homies Shane G in the
Shane, what's good?
Dude? Thank you for being here. Says, I can tell Scum Hive Mind are setting up comparing South of Midnight to other games. Will bash combat for, quote, not doing anything special, quote. What a joke. I don't want combat to do anything special. Shane, again, we're going to get into it. That is obviously is our first topic. We're just going to talk about South of Midnight and our hands-on experience with it and things like that. But I mean, honestly, I can see it happening. I get what you're saying. Like, it's like on one hand, they're like talking about how amazing it is and how this experience is and blah, 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 blah. But then they still have to go in and try to find something that they can label a weak spot. And, you know, we're going to talk about it, but
there's wiggle room, right? Because it hasn't been announced for PlayStation. So they don't know if it will be. So they're going ahead and saying, well, let's go ahead and be nice, but leave a little wiggle room in case it's just going to be on Xbox.
That's hilarious. It's true. I believe it.
Yeah,
I believe it.
That Xbox tax has to kick in some way or another, huh?
Well,
they're just afraid to admit that Xbox is making great games.
Facts.
So,
Facts.
and
that's their problem. They don't like that.
Yeah, because I mean, of the launch lineup, I know like South of Midnight is all the game that we're most excited for. But as far as like, budget and studio quality, we would also say that Compulsion is probably one of Microsoft's lower studios. So if Microsoft's lowest studio is making some of the best games,
exactly.
I mean, listen.
Exactly.
I mean, Compulsion, I think, is the studio that probably had the least amount of expectation.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? Like, we got hyped when Phil used them as an example of what he was hyped for, years ago before they,
announced
before we
game,
even knew
right?
South of Midnight existed. He said when we see that game, he thinks that it's something special, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, all right, that's dope. So, but outside of that, nobody had like high thoughts about South of Midnight.
Yeah.
And it's not because, Compulsion is not a great studio. On the contrary, I think they're a fantastic studio.
Extremely creative.
But
we met a lot of them, and they're super dope people. So
yes.
I definitely see the talent, and when you look back at like
the passion as well, by the way,
and We Happy Few, like you can see the foundation of what an amazing team. Which, if you check out our interview with the studio head, he talks a little bit about being purchased and leading up to that moment and all that stuff. And it's this is the thing about Xbox, right? Like, because they don't push like their agenda on the studios anymore.
Mm-hmm.
Years ago, that's what they did, clearly, like what most publishers did, but they changed and they now have a developer first focus where the devs decide what they want to make. And if they greenlight it, great. If they don't, come up with something else you want to make. Like, they don't say, hey, you got to go make this, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the fact that they were able to see the talent that was there, but obviously the ambition was, held back because of funding, right?
Yeah.
Because of the money, right? So they saw that, they knew that if they invested more, there could be something special here. And what a fucking gamble to take, because god damn it, is that not a fucking amazing, like, it's like, obviously we played one chapter, but shit, man, the game, in order for it not to be as great as it seems like it's going to be, it will have to make one of the biggest fucking U-turns in gaming history.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Like,
but the same thing with like Double Fine. Like, nobody thought Double Fine was going to be anything special, and then they released Psychonauts 2, and it was an amazing game.
Yeah,
so
which
I think
was only amazing because they were purchased.
Yes,
right. It was going to be a much shallower experience.
Yes,
but because of the purchase, they got more time and they got more funding, and they were able to do what they actually wanted to do with that game. And that game was phenomenal. Another game that, had you told me that I was gonna love playing fucking Psychonauts 2, I would have told you, not likely. You know what I'm saying? Like, not likely. Like, the first one was good, but like, not like, oh my god, I need this in my life good. Like, Psychonauts 2 was fucking crazy good. So you're right.
And listen, you brought up such a good point. Phil spoke about the developers first, right? Going ahead and having their vision kind of, show, right? And what they wanted, and their creative juices kind of flow. I feel like they've changed their mentality with both. Not just that, but now they're saying, okay, the games come first. We put the games first, right?
Yeah.
This is not about the box. So I think that it's showing in the work that they're putting out, the games that are releasing, the quality, right? Not just in creativity, but also, kind of like with the obviously the funding and the time, right? But also allowing these developers to kind of, with the funding and the time, being able to kind of express themselves more
in depth,
more in depth, but also because again they have that now. That is a lot of stress that they don't carry on their shoulders anymore. But the games, they're doing the same thing with the games. They're kind of taking the same route and switching things around. And I think that they're just changing what it's known for. And I feel like these decisions are a big deal and are going to change a lot in the industry.
I 100% agree. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just is what it is, man. So it's seeing this type of like quality done by a studio like Compulsion is just shows you what Xbox is fucking with. You know what I'm saying? It shows you what they're doing.
Yeah, because I mean, like when you look at the other platform holders, you can say like, oh, this studio is, you know, may not be the best, you know, like a Media Molecule, for instance. They haven't had a good game in a while. I can't really speak too much on Nintendo Studios. They're kind of super internal, but everything they make seems to fit inside the ecosystem of what their customers want. But just looking, you know, Dreams was a extreme flop. Returnal didn't do extremely well, even though I don't think the game was as bad as, you know, its sales were. But we're looking at Xbox, and all their studios seem to be, you know, operating on full cylinders, and whatever budget Microsoft is allocating to them, they seem to be performing at a very high level at that particular budget, whether it be a Hellblade 2 or South of Midnight or a State of Decay 3 that we've seen that's kind of on the way. It looks like it's punching at whatever weight it's supposed to be punching at. It's punching a little bit above that, whatever budgets they have allocated to them.
Yeah.
Well, because they're letting them cook, and they're good chefs. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So like you can let a shitty chef cook for as long as he wants. It's not going to help you. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, for sure.
But also if you're a good chef and you're cooking under pressure, right? That's difficult. You can't rush. You can't rush the process and have the same type of meal, right? You can't. You just can't. But yeah. It's such a big deal. I have to say, it's impressive that they can take a step back and kind of see what's not working for them in the changes that they need to make. It's not easy to go ahead and take a look inwards and say, okay, this is where we may be dropping the ball, right? And to go ahead and make such a change, especially when it comes to control, right? You're talking about kind of feeling like you're in control of things, and you're putting so much money out there, so much is on the line that it's difficult to go ahead and give up that control. But sometimes it's for the better. So I think that reflecting on that was not easy, and it was not an easy decision to make. And when you see what's happening over on the other side, they can't give up that control, right? Even if they get a sniff of the idea that a game is not going to work out, they pull the plug. It doesn't matter what's compromised or what studios have to be dissolved and let go, right? It just doesn't matter what gets burned on the process. They just want to go ahead and make sure that whatever doesn't seem like it's going to take gets plugged.
Yeah.
Plugged out.
I think a great example that we're seeing of that right now is Everwild. It was a game that we saw, and when they showed it to us, it looked amazing. But we haven't seen from it since. So obviously they're kind of retooling and figuring out exactly what they want to make that game, and they're getting all the time in the world to cook on that game. That's a game I can't wait to see.
Yeah, this year. I think we see it, and it drops this year.
It drops this year? That would be wild.
I think it's dropping this year.
I mean, I think they're dropping about 15, so I mean it's possible, but that'd be a wild surprise.
It is. Fuzzy, what do you think, bro? What do you think about all this?
I do think Everwild is on the possibility list. I don't know if they take into account the whole GTA 6 stuff, but like I've kind of thought Fable and Everwild released this year, both of them. One of them gets a spotlight at the end of the June showcase. The other one gets a spotlight at Gamescom, and I'm not sure which is which, primarily because both of them are over in Europe. So, you know, they could probably, you know, trade places in either regard and both get the shine that they need. But the one thing I will say, as far as like the controversy on South of Midnight, I haven't played it yet, haven't tried it, but from what I can see, as someone that played, was it Kena Bridge of Spirits when it first came out on PlayStation, I don't see as much deviation from that type of combat. Although there are some special moves it looks like you can do that weren't in Kena. So I'm looking forward to it because I enjoyed the combat in Kena. So I'm curious if the people that are complaining about the combat now said the same thing about Kena Bridge of Spirits combat. I mean, sure, you don't have the little furry things to follow you around or whatever type of deal. But I love the traversal stuff as far as from what I've seen so far for South of Midnight. So I'm looking forward to it. Kind of jealous of you guys that got the early access and stuff. But man, I can't wait to play that game because ever since we saw like the characters, the environment, yeah, I've been anxious to play that game. And we got Avowed right around the corner, so that's another one where I did the upgrade so I can get access to that on Thursday.
Yes,
but,
nice.
Money well spent.
Yeah,
definitely money well spent for sure.
Now I'm thinking about the upgrade for what do you call them, or like a deluxe or collector's edition for South of Midnight, because I know there's one that comes with an album, but I don't know if that one's still 200 or not. But
yeah, so it doesn't. That one doesn't come with the game. That's a separate.
Oh, that's a whole separate.
That's the vinyl.
I still might do it.
Yes, a signed vinyl.
We did it, and I'm so glad, especially after playing. Holy shit! Am I so happy that we got that fucking thing? I cannot. Oh my god, I'm so obsessed. All right, let's since Fuzzy, you headed in this direction, let's just make this conversation Facebook official, okay? And let's go ahead and let's make this the actual first topic. You could keep talking about it, but I just want to make it Facebook official.
Yeah.
All right. So South of Midnight is the hot topic because all of the previews just dropped, and I think pretty much overall the majority of like reputable places are talking about how great the game is, but there is one kind of niggling point, like you brought up, Fuzzy, and the homie Shane G brought up, which is this conversation about the combat. And you were commenting that you saw, the trailers, and it reminded you of the Kena Bridge of Spirit game. Now we did play it on Xbox. It was gifted to us, and I forget who did it, but thank you so much. And we did play it, and it was pretty cool. But the combat, I mean, baby, I don't know if you remember Kena Bridge of Spirits when you were playing it. I really don't relate the two. I know there were some people who were trying to compare them. But I mean, I don't know. For me, from
what I recall, I don't see the connection. Maybe I'm missing something, or maybe I'm not recalling. But from what I do recall, it's not. I didn't say, oh, look, this reminds me of in any way. So I'm with you. See, I don't know if Fuzzy, you or Faro got an opportunity to play. What's the name? I always get the name wrong. The chat knows.
Kena Bridge of Spirits.
Yes, but I don't know if you guys can just from what you've seen, if you feel like you see a connection there, or
well, I mean, the part that I'm referring to that looks somewhat similar is like when she has the staff in Kena, it looks like you can do some of the slash type moves. Now the finishing moves are totally different, it seems, when it comes to, like, I don't remember a finishing move really being in Kena, and it looks like there's finishing moves in South of Midnight, but the slash movement, it's not that it's exactly similar, but it looks like you can like swat at them or slice at them at an angle. I know you can throw stuff that stuns, at least in the trailers, it looks like you can stun the enemies in South of Midnight, which would be kind of along the lines of the arrow firing or the arrows that you could shoot from Kina. It's just that it wasn't for stun. It was more so to do damage. But it looks like, at least for me, the combat for South of Midnight is a more in the face of the enemy, where you want to get in real close, slash at them, and then avoid any swipes that they take at you, and then go in for like the kill. Kina, it was like you would want to like stun them or attack them once, and then do some sort of like fire with like the arrow, and then go in for like the finish when they were either stunned or knocked down or something like that. So it's just that it's more of a visceral. It looks more of like a visceral form of combat, as far as like, instead of just your traditional hack and slash like a God of War or like a Hellblade type of thing. It does look like you're jumping in the enemy's face, stabbing them, slashing them, get out the way real quick, and then go back to kind of finish them kind of deal. And that was how I played Kina to some extent, because of the way I powered up the staff that she used. So that maybe it was just the play style that I use for Kina that makes it at least somewhat feel, or not feel, but have like a similar approach to it. But I know when it comes to combat, if it's hack and slash, even if it's like not tank controls or anything like that, but any type of hack and slash, I'm all for. And usually the nitpicks, if any, come about when maybe you do 15 upgrades, or not 15, but like a bunch of upgrades. And if it still feels the same, then that might be where it's like, well, are the upgrades powering up? And I'm wondering if some of the reviewers that are complaining about the combat, if it's just because they're so early in it. Because that's another thing with like something like Kina. If you only do like the first 2 upgrades, it's the combat's not going to be that great, especially the further you go as the enemies get more difficult. But if you're paying attention to like the skill tree, and it looks like, hey, you can do stun moves, or you can freeze them, or knock them back, or something along those lines, and you're not
when there's a lot more to unlock. Yes, when you haven't played the full game.
Right. And if they're not doing that, then more than likely those nitpicks are going to go away when they actually level up their character, as opposed to trying to speed run, which it seems like. And I don't want to point or paint every reviewer out there at the major outlets, but a lot of times you'll see some of the reviews from IGN, and it's like, oh yeah, we were able to complete this in 8 hours. And it's like, 8 hours sounds like you mainlined everything, didn't do any of the side stuff, didn't explore at all. It was just like, oh, you want me to go here and do this? Okay, I'm going to do exactly that. And you walk by 15 people that had questions or try to offer you some sort of weapon or something like that. So it's like, I don't know if that's one of those cases where the nitpicks are because they're trying to get through it fast, so they can be either one of the first to do their thoughts on it, or something along those lines. And especially if they're a big site, they got so many other games popping up. Like I doubt many of them even finish Kingdom Come Deliverance. Like I know there's a few people, like Ains is one that will wait until he gets closer to the end game kind of thing before he'll give his review, a full review. But he'll usually do like impressions or something like that, because a game like Kingdom Come Deliverance is like 80 hours. I mean, you probably could finish it in 40 to 60, but if you at least want to experience a good bit of it, you're going to want to spend 80 hours. Now, I don't know if that's the case with South of Midnight, but it just feels like a lot of times these reviewers are like A to B, and that's it. And if there's anything in between, oh, I missed it. Well, you didn't get that side mission where you got that special weapon? No. What side mission? What special weapon? And that's the feeling I get from a lot of them out there.
So a few things, and I agree with what you're saying. So a few things. One, the people who are going out there and they're talking about South of Midnight, okay, and they're saying it like, oh man, at this point there's not like a lot of game, a lot of the things unlocked yet or anything like that, right? And gonna leave this up because I am gonna reference it once I get to that part. But like for people who are saying that, just to be clear, when we went to this event, so we went on we went to the hands-on event in New York. A lot of these people didn't, right? So there weren't like a ton of people at this event. So like Greg Miller was there, and there were some certain other peoples were there, but like Paris wasn't there, or Randall Thor wasn't there. A lot of these people weren't at the event, right?
That we went to, yeah.
That we were at. They just went and played it at home. We went to the event and then played it at home. So they made it very clear to us at the event. So people who were at the event should know, but also they send you an email when you're doing this for you to have access to the game. It's an embargo, it's an NDA, but it's also telling you like about it. And one of the things that they tell you is they're dropping you into the 3rd chapter. You would have already been playing the game up until this point, right? So the first 2 chapters, they just are setting up the story and such, so they don't put you in there, right? They drop you in the 3rd chapter, so you don't have any skill points, you don't have anything built up yet. So right now you're starting from scratch on that tree. But they also tell you, like, listen, like you would be like the tutorials would already had happened.
Yeah.
So like you're kind of getting thrown into the fire right now, and as you keep playing it, you'll get adjusted and you'll feel more comfortable with it. And I can attest to that. And obviously Doodle can tell you her experience with it. But like when I first was playing it, I was getting it. But you get beat up. But once you get adjusted and you learn, the rhythm of it, and you see how the enemies react, and each enemy has kind of different, it's crazy because it's like almost like old school, like what the enemies is going to do. So it's just about you being able to react to it. But then, there's multiple enemies who are each doing the things they're going to do, and you have to be able to account for all of that. So it's really dope. But just looking at for like the comparison to something like Kina, right? First of all, there is no projectile as of now. And anything that we played, you weren't doing anything out of your body with projectile like that. So there's a pull, a push, so you can pull somebody closer to you, you can push somebody away from you, and then there are enemies that shoot stuff at you, and if you can pull that, and you can release that at them, right? So you could take those projectiles and shoot it back, or like some of them send out these like insects that are flying that are like oversized flies. You can grab those and throw it back at an enemy, but that's not like
charge it at them.
Yes, but that's like not part of the game. So what you see in this constant arrow shooting from far away, that's not South of Midnight in any way, shape, or form. This is an aggressive game, right? Like you need to be up in their face, to damage them. And then the unlocks do some pretty significant stuff, because it's really about attacking and dodging, right?
Which, by the way, highlights her powers beautifully. And as you progress, and you got to understand, like this game, what it does so beautifully is that everything kind of just connects, right? It's like this beautiful dance where everything it's just going well together in a high level, right? And nothing is kind of overlapping the other. So as Hazel is growing with you, and you're going through the story, you're kind of just, she's evolving as a character, and you're evolving with her. So her powers, as you unlock them, again, it highlights the fact that she's getting her powers, and the dodging, the way that they use that, it's very significant when you're in battle.
And so you'll go ahead and you'll be spending your time fighting up close, and then as you go ahead and choose to upgrade, there's different paths you can take, but there's like a main path that upgrades her abilities, and then there's a path that upgrades the abilities, right? So some people, if you started the game and instead of investing in her, you just invested in the power she already has, you would never even realize some of the stuff that you could have done. Like, it's there, but some people just, went ahead and upgraded the power instead of her, right?
Which was my first take, by the way.
Yeah. So when you do that though, right, and you go ahead and you invest in her, you immediately are able to unlock a new move. Not when I say immediately, like meaning once you get the points,
the upgrade,
you can upgrade to get a new move that's as dope as like Slam, that like a crowd control scenario where if people are around, you could just slam it. It throws them, off their game, and you could beat their ass. It's dope.
Nice.
But also it turns your dodge into a weapon. There's another ability where if you go ahead and if you're fighting somebody and you wait for the last second when somebody else is coming to attack you or that person's attacking you and you dodge out of the way, it creates like this burst, right? So you have like this burst that hurts the enemies and knocks them back. And then when you cleanse the people by doing that thing, and I'll put some video here. Yeah, when you do that and you're unveiling them or basically ending them, it does another burst. So that becomes another thing where if you upgrade that attack and you're doing that final move, it throws out a burst. So like these are all different. When you abilities.
Do that, you get a little boost as well of health.
Yeah.
And it's kind of like cleansing. And that's something that I feel like goes so hand in hand. Like we are understanding the combat and the reason for it is also a big deal with this game, knowing that is like, and I feel like they projected that beautifully. Like this is like the aura, bad energy, something like grudges and sadness and anger and feelings that someone could be holding on to, and you're trying to cleanse them from it. So essentially, the dodging really comes into play because you're dodging those things as well as you're trying to attack them and then kind of clear and bring the light back in. There's so much intricacy about it. I love it. And when you understand the reason, like in chapter 3, why you're doing it and who you're doing it for and what that's going to do, it all just adds on to it.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, this game just keeps sounding better and better.
Dude, I'm telling you, like the idea that obviously to each his own, right?
Absolutely.
Like we can't, like I'm not gonna say somebody is
wrong for their opinion, obviously.
Yeah, exactly. So like I'm not saying that. Man, I thought this was gonna be a longer.
I also too. I'm like, wait, what happened here?
Okay, that was ridiculous. Yeah, hold on, sorry. I really thought that was gonna show more. Okay, let me remove this for now. I was trying to.
Can you take the sound out of our review and have that play in the back?
I just have like a small little snippet in there. I didn't put a ton of combat in there because I was trying to keep it, not
spoiler free.
Yeah.
Like I don't want to do too many things with the combat. I feel like I thought they did. Wasn't it the last one that they did the combat? It was like the last one, right?
Yeah. Although I don't know if they posted that on YouTube or if that was on Twitter. I know they were showing a lot of clips on Twitter where you would get into like the arena and battle I think they call them the Haint, the smaller bosses and stuff like that. So,
all right, I found one a little bit better. Let me put this one up. All right, this one's a little bit better. It has a little more. Here we go. Let's do that there. So like, all right, so you see how that one exploded, right? Like that yellow, like that. So basically what you do is you start, first of all, they have this on super fucking easy. Okay. Just so you know, because that health does not go down that fast.
No.
Okay.
No.
So there are different levels of difficulty, all the way down to like story mode, which is clearly what this mode is. They do not melt like this. But you go ahead and you beat them up. After a while, you'll see them go into that this particular enemy will go into like that
release
position.
That's what it feels like they're releasing, right?
Yeah,
and
so
you have to move out of the way.
Yeah, so right there, you can't hurt them once they're doing that. They're getting ready to do an attack, right? So right there, you see that moment right there. You have to get out of the way, but all the different enemies have that particular moment. They all do a different version of it, but you basically always get them down to that one point. And if you're not paying attention or if you're not quick enough, you'll get damaged by that. But once you're upgraded, what you want to do is wait for when it's about to explode and then dodge out the way, because then you do an explosion of your own that hurts them and knocks them back, and then you go kick their ass. But this is wild because this is so slow in comparison to what we were playing.
I do have to say that, like, as you're playing, you have to adjust it to what you are going to enjoy, right? And I love that they have options in there, but it's all gelled together, and the last thing you want is the combat to take you out of the story and the music and those feelings that you're kind of really wrapped up into. So yes, this is not, the combat can get extremely difficult if you choose to have it in that way, right? And also, like, again, if it's pulling you out, then you have to adjust it to what works for you. If you can't figure out the rhythm that is in there that you're going to be comfortable with, feeling like it's challenging you, as in you're still enjoying the combat, then you have to go ahead and adjust it to something that is a little more suiting for you.
So it's not full on Souls-like, but it can have a Souls-like feel if you put it at like
you know what it is,
the harder difficulty.
They're powerful. Okay, so if you are not like careful, when they hit you on like normal difficulty, that shit hurts. You got like maybe not one, but you got like 2 or 3 hits. So I'll put this is from our thing, and even though it's only one little clip, if you look at it, you get an idea of what I'm talking about. So you see that's the slam.
That's the slam, yeah.
Right, and you hit him, and then boom, you see how I dodged out when he was about to hit me on the side, right? So like that's the gameplay just multiplied over obviously a bigger fight, right?
Yeah.
But that's what it is, right? You upgrade the weapons and then you attack, right? Like ultimately, like you got to be able to manage the combat arena, right? When there's only one person, it's easier, right? That's fine. You can focus on one, dodge one, but there'd be like we did battles, there's like 6, 7, 8 of those creatures.
The thing is
all
that some of them bring them back, right? So if you don't go ahead and kind of release them, you may have a potential issue. Like if you, instead of unveiling them, you go ahead and kind of let that kind of sit and go, and you don't get to do that move, they can come back. So you have to move fast and tactically throughout, while still, because even though like you can potentially get hit, these bad guys are very droopy, and they kind of like, again, like an aura, right? That it's just around you, like that negative energy, and you feel it. And when they hit heavily. So you have to be able to really lightly on your feet dodge around, and make sure you don't get caught. Because if you do, you're gonna feel it.
Yeah, I mean it's really the combat. I don't get it. I gotta be honest with you. I don't understand what people want. And like Sane G had mentioned, it's like it's not doing anything special. And like I don't understand what that means. Like what, like I'm sick and tired of this idea that we have to recreate the wheel every time a game is made. You know what I'm saying? It's like like no, this is like it's a dope way of playing. Now I know, I guess some people, I'm sorry to cut you off, baby. I know some people bring up the idea that there's no combat outside of the like arena combat, right? So when you go to fight, it's not like you're not just stumbling upon these people out in the world, right? So when you're playing, it's not like I'm going around and like, oh, there's an enemy, let me either be careful or I want to go and attack. That's not how it works, right? The game is broken up. It's exploration, it's, you know, puzzle solving, it's platforming. That's what the game is, until you stumble, and obviously story, until you come across these areas. And in the game, there's a narrative reason for them, and those are the places where there was the most pain, right? Where something happened that's what these things
traumatic.
They're manifestations of the pain that exists in that area. And her Weaver powers allows her to heal that area, right? Like, and that's what it does. So that's what she's doing when you're having this combat, right? You're destroying the pain, right, that exists. And that's why once you clear it out, it, you know, it opens up and you get the, you know, all the flowers and stuff start coming back in, right? Like that's the purpose of it, right? So obviously if you're coming into this, that's why I have to look at, you know, like you got to look at reviews or look at, you know, the previews or look at gameplay and see if it's something that's up your alley. But I mean, I felt like we had a pretty consistent flow of combat, and it left you with the sense that you don't have to think about combat outside of combat, right? Like,
yes, like it doesn't need to be throughout the world, because see, the again, when you get your hands on this game, and I don't know how, you know, because it sounds to me, I wasn't, you know, I didn't hear some of this stuff, but it sounds to me as if there's also a lack of understanding about the fact that this is not the full game, right? This was a preview. You're getting a taste of what is coming. Obviously, this was chapter 3, and if the entire game, if this is a freaking reference or of what the entire game is going to be, and it continues on this path, I mean, wow, right? It's just, it's kind of, it has everything that I thought was going to draw me in or had me drawn in from the name, right? South of Midnight. I've said it right from the get-go. I'm like, wow, that name just is so mysterious. There's something about it. I just want to know more. And I think that the way that they kind of gel everything together in the way that they play everything is so freaking beautiful and so well done. Yes, she is searching, right? She's on a search. And so throughout, there are dangers in the world, but you're not in combat throughout it. Because you're also understanding the story and these characters. And these characters, I cannot stress enough how much personality each of these characters have. And I'm not just speaking about, you know, like characters like Benji. I'm also speaking about the world, right? The environment, the freaking the birds, everything, the bunnies, everything is just filled with personality that fills up that world. And it's just, everything is so unique. So I feel like if you tie it all together as a whole, this game it's pretty freaking amazing. And again, what I was hoping was that I was intrigued by Hazel's story. And then when we found out about the echoes and the fact that, you know, potentially we're going to see other stories play out, I mean, that's exactly what it was. That's what we got a taste of And when you close into these stories, you're kind of left feeling like in your feels, right? Like in your soul, you feel it, kind of like Hellblade, but a different version of it, where it may not be as intricate because you're not talking about a singular story. And so these have to kind of come to a close. But they are just from again, chapter 3, they are very deep. And it's crazy how you get lost in that.
Yeah, no, I do really like the way they went ahead and handled the game. Again, from this chapter that we got to experience, which was chapter 3, it really it really just felt different. Again, not every game needs to be, a mass murder simulator. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't have to be, hey, this young girl is gonna go and murder everything and everyone for some random reason. It's like, no, she's not killing anybody. These are, spirits. These are not people. She's
in
not
the
hurting
contrary,
people.
she's healing.
Exactly.
And her purpose is funny because they got into a bit on her mother's story, and they are in the part of it is that intricacy in the relationship of a parent and child. And turns out, like, as you see the chapter evolve, you see how similar they are in wanting to help people. So it also highlights, just if I can get into this real quick, it just highlights as well how, we all have kind of like our own thing going on. And it's like you hear about things and you're touched by them, but there's just so much you can do, right? And Hazel, again, there's so much to her personality. Um, she's a very good person and she wants to help, but she also has to go ahead and continue on her journey to find her mom. But that question still lingers. Did I do enough? Did I do enough to go ahead and help out to heal? It's a beautiful game, and I feel like you guys are going to enjoy it as much as we enjoyed this chapter. I can't wait to play the whole game.
You know what's funny? As we were just talking about it here, I remember when Everwild was first shown.
Yes.
Right. And Everwild was a game that they were talking about as not having any combat. Right. And obviously that was, I think, the main reason why it got delayed. I think they had to rework the game to add combat of some sort. But just as we were just discussing it now and seeing how, like, honestly, this game without the combat is phenomenal. Like South of Midnight, if they got rid of the idea of the combat, just the beauty of how fantastical and how gorgeous the world looks, right? The experience of just being in that world, the experience of the storytelling layered on top of it, the experience of the platforming and the puzzles, right?
The music,
everything just together. Like, honestly, I wouldn't even have cared if there wasn't combat. The fact that they found a way to insert combat into the game in a way that adds
to the
narratively
story.
To it, but it
is naturally.
It doesn't make it where you have to modify her character to excuse the reason why you're murdering. You know what I'm saying? Like I love that. I love the way they did that, and that made me think of Everwild because for a while it was like, well, there's no combat in Everwild. Like, what is that?
What is that game going to be? What is this? Yes.
And it's like, obviously they went back and retooled it, but I can, like, seeing this game, I can definitely see a path where Everwild can, it has that similar like aesthetic, right? It's really beautiful. It's not stop motion, but it has like that painterly, like, pause the screen at any moment and it looks like it's gorgeous, right? I think that the power of what South of Midnight has outside of combat is tremendous. So the fact that combat is so fun and engaging when it does happen, I don't know, it just blows my mind.
And again, with I love that you said that, like, mindless combat for the sake of, like, this is not that type of game, right? So for the sake of, like, killing a bunch of enemies, this is about, again, cleansing and kind of healing and helping. And so that's what Hazel is trying to do in this world. So I feel like it's very purposeful. And when you go ahead and you are healing Benji and that music kicks in, oh my gosh, like, you just
the end of the shit is amazing.
It's
Never
crazy.
experienced it
You just feel it in your soul. You're like, oh no, they didn't just go there and bring in this song. It's insane. It's insane, you guys. I can't wait for you guys to experience
who's open to
Yes.
experiences, right? Like, you can't
Absolutely.
be like one of those shooter bros, right? If I'm not killing, I'm not having fun, right? If you're not that, I think you
may listen. If you're just like, I'll just play Call of Duty and now I'm gonna go play South of Midnight, or I only play Fortnite, but I'll give South of Midnight a try. Like, listen, yes, there may be the case that you'll end up liking it, but maybe it's you have to be able to connect beyond, right? Just like, what else? What do I what is it that they say about the young kids? Then they jump from one corner to the other, like when they're playing these games, and you know that you're playing with someone young with a bunch of energy, and they kind of portray it into the character. And it's like, if you are that person that it's like, what's happening? Like, yes, no, this is not for, but like, I feel like this just adds on to that library of single player games that are just beyond being a game. I do feel like the experience of the game is going to resonate, like, it's going to stay with you beyond, like, the fact that, okay, I'm done with the game. Because you have to take a step back. Even that chapter we played, it's like you put the controller down and you kind of take a step back and you're like, wow, I just saw that story play out. I just played that. I just went ahead and I was a part of this. And that music was captivating.
Yeah, and it hit every time.
Hit.
Like, we played multiple times.
Yes.
Like, it's just like, we played it at in New York at the event. Played it, home. Played it again home. Like, each of us separately.
We did. Yes.
Playing it, multiple times. Like, it's
multiple
that good,
playthroughs.
It's like, it's
and
that good.
We did the
really
stop motion, and then we went ahead and opt out of it, and
just
it's like just to show both, but also to experience both, and it hits every time.
Yeah, it's a phenomenal game. Obviously, for me, it's definitely slotted in the Hellblade category.
Yes.
Right. So when you're thinking about the types of games that exist, this is more of the experience, right? Has great gameplay. Don't get me wrong. It's amazing gameplay, platforming, story, graphics, everything. But it's not that, kill, go out, shoot, bang, bang, bang. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's a more for like a game, like it's a game for the grown and sexy.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? Like,
there you go.
Like, it's for a slightly more mature audience who
Absolutely
wants to, kind of to sit down and kind of get into what the game is. And honestly, it's fantastic. But we got some chats over here. Let me get the homie
Paige. What's up, Jersey boy? Let's go.
Holy
wait,
shit.
What? Borracho?
Yo.
El vampiro borracho.
Cage.
All right.
Vampiro borracho.
I'm digging it.
Member for 10 months. Thank you, my brother. Appreciate you, fam. Says Concord fans get the last laugh. Experts say the rarity of Concord will be valued extremely high for the 17 people who actually bought it and booze. Oh my god. Yo,
you probably could have walked into GameStop and grabbed a free copy after they canceled.
Oh my god, that's wild.
You probably could have.
I honestly, it's possible. I will say that I think Concord fans did in fact get the last laugh, because how many games did like first of all, we said, wow, this is the lowest moment ever
Yes.
for PlayStation. Ha ha ha, we're gonna document this forever. And then right after that, how many games came out that didn't even reach
Right?
the levels that Concord reached? You know what I'm saying? And the only reason they weren't pulled were because they were single player games and not live service games. You know what I'm saying? Like
Horizon,
Lego Ho, Until Dawn, like they've released games that couldn't even reach the low of Concord as a height. You know what I'm saying? Like they couldn't even pass that bar. So I think Concord does have
They
the
didn't
last
make it
laugh.
out.
It's dead, but it's at least resting in peace. Whereas the other ones are dead but alive. That has to hurt more. It's like, hey, look at me, I'm here. You can still buy me, and everybody just walks right by. They don't even look. You know what I'm saying? It's like the homeless dudes that sit there in the corner, you know, in the middle of the intersection, and they're like holding a sign, and you're like, bro, I'm not gonna do anything. And you just stay looking forward. You know what I'm saying? Like, contact with you, fool. It's not happening, dog. I pass this every day. This cannot be. You know what I'm saying?
You can't.
It's not a once in a while trip.
Every day.
Rolling your
this is your corner. Are my doors locked and my windows up? Like what's going on here?
That's what they are. You know, they're dead but alive, right? There are a bunch of games that could be bought, but nobody's buying them. See, at least Concord is dead and gone. Like, even if you have a change of heart, you can't buy it. You know what I'm saying?
But listen, at least Concord lived for those 12 days, 14.
That's a good.
Something like 8 to 12 days.
See?
12 days. Good. It's good. 12 days. You know.
Yeah.
People got a little message. They got a little message, and then they just started, you know, offing themselves, going, you know, on a live mode on Concord to get the platinum trophy.
Remember that.
These other games are like embryos.
Facts. It's a sad time. It's a sad time. The homie Right You Are Gaming, my brother.
Right You Are.
Appreciate you, fam. Says Bald Beanie Gang. It's not bald. God damn it. It's not Bald Beanie Gang. Beanie Gang. Okay. Represent.
Yeah. I'll represent for the both of us. I'm not bald.
See?
There you go.
Okay. We all have hair. We all have hair. Okay. This is just a beanie. Okay. This is normal. They sell them in the store. I know you're not aware. Okay. But they sell them.
Listen, there is power. See, you take out the bold and it's like a choice, right? Beanie Gang, yes. Let's go. It's a choice.
He's trying to take us down.
Yeah. He's trying to make it into a situation. You ain't got a beanie.
That's what it is. That's what it is. You're jealous of our beanies. Okay? Fine. They're not hard to get. All right. Go to our store. They're there to buy. Buy one. Okay. He says hashtag PS network down 1 month. Damn, that's a long time. That's a long time for sure. Oh shit,
Mash in the building.
Our boy Mash,
let's go.
In the motherfucking building, my dude.
Mash, thank you so much. Thank you for rocking out.
Officially,
happy Tuesday, baby.
Dropped. Do you K now me from the list of gifted subs. My dude, thank you so much, man. He just gifted 10.
Thank you.
On Point for Gamer memberships, man. Thank you, sir. Y'all know what to do.
Tell him, baby.
Put the motherfucking welcome to the family emoji in the chat. Welcome our newest members, man. We appreciate each and every one of y'all, man. Thank you for being here. Let me see. Let me see. We got Verg Base Brizzle.
Yes.
You got Bobcat Kid. You got Chuck Finley. You got Meek B2G. You got King Webb. You got J Bird Blood 591. You have Cord Wayner. You got Let's Go Ozzy, Heavy Core Project, and Mike Johnson.
Welcome, you guys. And Mash, thank you so much.
Absolutely,
that's so dope of you. So generous. Thank you.
Appreciate you. Thank you, homie. All right.
You gotta upgrade.
I gotta change the banner. Gotta delete Do You K now me. Right,
yo, so it's growing on me.
Yeah, I like the name. Switch that to Nash. That 10. Sorry, do you?
Okay.
You have been
now me
removed. There you go. Mash, appreciate you, fam. Thank you, brother. Do you K now me back with a $2 super chat? Appreciate you, homie. Says Costco leaked the Switch 2 price $3.99. Yeah, I see. We're gonna talk about it a little later, possibly, but seeing it leak $4.99.
Yeah,
but maybe that was Canadian. I don't know.
Maybe that was because it was in Canada, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. So maybe the
$3.99 sounds about right.
Yeah, I mean, isn't that where the other one launched?
Mm-hmm.
Or was it $2.99?
I think it was $3.99 as well.
Right?
Right? Sounds about right. I mean, I think we had guessed it, but we'll talk about it. We'll see what we see.
Well, I mean, here we go. It's the same damn Switch. So
yeah, I know. Embarrassing. They better show us some real shit. They're in the same boat as PlayStation right now. The homie Dark Angelic.
roll this boat.
Thank you, my brother, for being here. Thank you for being a member for 14 months. Not just any member. No.
Yes.
Dark Angelic is an elite member, man. Thank you, my brother.
So
appreciate
much.
You, fam. Says it's a game for the grown and sexy.
Yes.
So no ponies allowed. Anyway, we just got back from Las Vegas. Halloween weekend, but all is well. # better safe than Sony. # fall has no limits. # for the payers.
Fail has no.
Oh, fail. My bad. I can't see that shit. Yeah, I cannot see that. Fail. Sorry. Fail has no limits. Absolutely.
No, I mean that if there's something we've learned is that fail has no limits. I mean, PlayStation is just really good at that.
They're always great to redefine the bottom.
Yeah, for sure. For sure.
Like where you think the floor is, don't feel safe. There's a floor underneath.
There's a
beyond.
Beyond.
Just PlayStation hasn't found it yet.
We're still digging. We're still digging though.
We're going in different directions. See, Xbox is redefining success, right? They're growing in ways that never been seen before, and PlayStation is failing in ways that's never been seen before. Like we're just not the same.
No.
Okay, we are not alike. Okay, what's the name of that song?
Not like us.
Not like us.
Not like us. Yes.
No, not like us. You guys see the Super Bowl?
Yeah.
Eagles fans.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
You guys are Eagle fans?
Fuzzy is, right?
Yeah.
Listen,
it's the home team.
Yes.
So listen, I don't care either way about any of this, but
I was
listen.
Eagles.
I was so happy to see Chiefs lose.
Oh,
not because I'm
what a
anti-Chief,
beatdown.
but like I feel like I remember when I was interested in football when there was a dynasty with Patriots.
Yes.
If there's no team that's almost certainly always going to win, I lose interest real quick. I'm not wondering. I don't want to live in that life where I'm like, oh my God, who's going to win? No, I just want to know pretty much who's going to win.
We only rock with winners. You know what I mean?
Why do you think we like Xbox? You know what I'm saying? We just got to stay winning. You know what I'm saying? We can never lose. It's no matter how you cut it. But point being, that Mahomes really irked me a few times.
That was a full-blown Mahomes
against
that was some Mahone on the field.
And it was just so funny when they kept saying, like, you can never count them out. You know what I'm saying? Never cut out the Mahone. You never know.
Oh my gosh.
Well, bro, interception, anything and everything that can happen, he experienced.
Oh,
it was
my
glorious.
gosh.
It was glorious. I was so happy to see the Eagles win. I was going to type like "Fly Eagles Fly" so many times, you know what I'm saying? But I didn't want to curse it, so I just didn't do it. Like, what? Let me not say nothing.
But man, did we enjoy that? That had to be like one of the best freaking Super Bowls ever. What a freaking beatdown, man!
Lovely.
I wanted it to end without them scoring a freaking touchdown. I was like, man, don't let them.
I feel like they were doing that until they got one.
Yeah.
And then once they got one, they were just like, all right.
We won anyway.
And it's like once you get one, the blowout was the celebration. If it was a blowout, it would have been crazy.
This is the thing. like you don't stop. Right? You can't stop. You're competing all the way till the end. You don't let these, like, I feel like, they tossed the Gatorade on the coach. Like they were like, all right, we won. It's okay if they score. Like, no, you're kind of like just up in their resume. Destroy them. There's a difference. Make them remember you.
Yeah,
right?
you lost
Like,
by,
don't
18
freaking
points or some
ease
shit
up.
now, right?
Don't ease up because you already won. I know you got it in the pocket, but just don't ease up. I was so annoyed with the fact that then they were kind of like kumbaya. Nah, we're competing. So it ain't over till it's over. So I really wanted a full-blown smackdown. I didn't want them to score at all. That would have been amazing. Yo, we laughed so hard every time they freaking snatched the ball and just ran into the other end and got a touchdown. Yo, that was glorious to see. That was amazing. That was one of the best Super Bowls ever.
Well, as far as just like straight up fun.
Yeah, that was a nice whooping and a half.
Yeah, it's nice to see them get slapped up a little bit. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So I get that for sure. Oh shit! Look at the homie. Oh boy. Hello from Guatemala.
Yo,
oh boy, Fark, you in the building. Look at that, living his best life in Guatemala. That's awesome, man. Hope you're having fun, bro. Says, hope you're all doing okay, and I'm looking forward to checking out all your South of Midnight videos later on. Oh man, enjoy, brother. Let us know what you think. Leave a comment.
Have fun. Yes.
Enjoy your time out there.
Can't wait to hear what you think.
You know and just enjoy your life.
Exactly.
We'll be back. We'll be here. You know what I'm saying? We'll be here.
M.A. Kumar says, shout out to Fark you.
Shout
Enjoy
out
your
to
time.
Fark you indeed.
Have fun.
How fucking yeah. Hell yeah. But yes. That was a great experience. And you know, I wonder how tomorrow is going to play out for a certain other fan base that exists out there who thinks they're winning when they constantly lose.
Yeah.
And that, my friends, are the ponies. The ponies and their pony show, or we think pony show. They hope it's a pony show tomorrow. It was just announced that they have their state of play. It's happening tomorrow, 5 p.m. Eastern time. Doodle, we're going to be streaming that, yes?
Yes.
Okay, so we're going to stream it because we want to see. We want to be able to either be like, oh, okay, look at them, or
okay, look at them.
yeah. I that's the plan, right? Like that's where I want to be. So let me get this one. There's a few announcements over here. Okay, so we'll do the official PlayStation one.
Oh my gosh!
What happened? What are you seeing?
Hold on, this has me. Just look, my tears are thick.
Oh my god, Dreamcast guy's mouth. My tears are thick like my teeth.
Oh, that wasn't even the funniest one.
Was there another?
Where? Let me know. Where is it?
Oh my god.
Y'all talking about the Super Bowl. He said, I tried to laugh, but my teeth hurt.
That's fucked up. Oh my god.
It was right above Parkview's member chat.
That's wild. Oh my god. Gabe Shark in the building says that's the difference between us. We have the ability to give kudos when it's deserved. Yeah, I mean, listen, I would love to be pleasantly surprised when we watch the show tomorrow and be like, look, honestly, I would love for them to show Ghost of
Yote.
Yeah, that one. Yote.
Yo.
Yeah, I would love to see Ghost of Yote tomorrow and be blown away.
Oh, for sure.
I would love for them to be like, look, they were rushing us. We didn't have time to put our real trailer together. They just wanted something. We're like, fuck it, just grab some old shit. But here's what it actually looks like. Here's what it actually is. And we'll just be like, oh shit, okay. They showed up. Highly unlikely.
Yeah, highly unlikely. But I mean, it would be great, right? I'm not talking about their lack of ability to make a freaking game and deliver because I want to say that. I mean, the facts are there, right? Show up, wow us, and then you get the kudos you deserve. But you don't deserve any freaking kudos. You ain't doing shit. You're good at canceling games. I'm just saying, show up with something worth celebrating, and then you will be celebrated. But I'm not giving you a participation trophy.
I mean,
it's not
I would celebrate them. I would probably just
the game. Yes.
Okay, that looks.
We were excited to see that they were working on something when we saw Ghost of Yotei, and then we saw what it really was and the lack of, and it's like, what are you guys doing?
It was.
I mean, Wolverine. It should be looking right. Wolverine's looking crazy right now. Got him looking so crazy right now.
Maybe they're gonna show us Wolverine. Maybe Insomniac is gonna be like, yo. Enough with the shit. Okay, yeah. You guys been looking at our old leak footage, and we're here to show you what this
set the record straight.
And it maybe is gonna blow us the fuck away. I just don't think it's likely.
If Wolverine blows us away, I will give the hackers credit because they would have saved that game, because what we saw from it was not promising.
Monstrosity.
Yeah.
Facts. It was not a good look. But let's see. PlayStation's tweet here says State of Play returns tomorrow, February 12th. Like, these motherfuckers, first of all, I feel like they don't want people like streaming their shows and shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, they don't want.
Why would they?
They don't want anybody out here putting, like, highlighting their shit, because they stay trying to come in at like the last second. Like some of these dudes don't need a plan around this shit. You know what I'm saying?
They're trying to pull a Nintendo.
Yeah, it's like homie,
you don't got it like that.
You ain't like them, bro. You ain't like them. Stop. Okay, give your fans, like, Nintendo knows they don't have like fans, right? Like, they don't have people who are like fans. They just have people who like the games and shit. But like, where's the big conversation out here? You know what I'm saying? There's not people out here.
The hardcore, right?
So you guys have some PlayStation fans that would like to know, like, oh shit, okay, later this month we're gonna see some games. Let's talk about it on our shows instead of talking about Xbox every fucking day of our lives, and not in a, hey, look at them doing garbage. Is like, goddamn, we wish that we were them. You know what I'm saying? Like, the hello darkness, am I old friend? Right? Like, that's them. That's the way. That's the life they lead. They have
beautiful.
They have to hope and wish that they were Xbox fans, but you know, trapped inside the PlayStation box.
What a mind F. Like,
facts.
You have a bunch of motherfuckers out there with your box who are Xbox fans. They don't care about your games. They don't care about what you bring to the table. They want to know how they're going to be fed by Phil, when, and how much. Like, they just want those games. No matter what, that's what they're waiting for. So of course they don't want it. They don't want to have a freaking show. It's been how long? They're saying State of Play returns tomorrow, as if they've been around and they're making a return from like a couple months ago, right? You guys have not shown up in years. Like, it's been dry lands over there.
The State of Play that they had last was the Concord one, right?
Yeah.
Like September or something like that?
Well, they had Ghost of Yotei on it as well, which I thought that was weird that Ghost of Yotei was
that mess. I freaking deleted that crap from my mind.
Oh, that's right.
That was wild.
Yeah, I mean, obviously they're not doing showcases, right? Because they have nothing to showcase. So these are all State of Plays.
These are basic.
So that's just the reality. Now, if you read the rest of it, and then we're gonna go into the actual thing to read their deeper dive. But just as their tweet, right? This is them selling the State of Play.
The show.
Yeah, for the people who are just going to see the tweet and be like, okay, dope, it's happening. It says State of Play returns tomorrow, February 12th. Tune in at 2 p.m. Pacific. It's 5 p.m. Eastern for news and updates on great games coming to PS5. Let me back that up for a second. It says for news and updates on great games coming to PS5. So
they're not talking about their studios. They're not talking about their games. They're saying great games.
Our studios.
Third-party games. Xbox games.
Not,
Games.
like it's just
Not our
great
games.
and they're coming,
not what we've been cooking.
coming to PlayStation 5.
Yes.
Not like made for PlayStation 5 or anything like that. Like this is just like a generic showcase, which is cool because
now
we're gonna see a bunch of shit coming to Xbox, which is great.
Their last state of play, right? We also that was so it was the one in September where they show the controllers, right? They show the consoles, they show the Fortnite controller as well. That's the one we're talking about, right? That they had in September.
Yeah.
Where it was like everything and the kitchen sink.
Yeah, the last it was to sell the PS5 Pro.
Yeah,
so they talked a lot of PS5 Pro, but then they didn't show any PS5 Pro enhanced games or anything like that.
Yeah,
very interesting.
Yeah, and that's when they got desperate, and that's when they showed Ghost of Yote because nobody was.
That was the closing. The whole show leaked. I remember the whole show leaked.
Yeah, the whole show leaked,
and then that was the only thing that wasn't there.
So they had beat for beat. The leaker had every single game pegged down perfectly, except for Ghost of Yote, which we all knew from that time meant that game was not part of that fucking state of play because it would have leaked with everything else. But instead, it was thrown in there last second. That's why it's all dark and dingy, and you only see these little fragments of things. And then they show this disgusting, horrible looking piece of gameplay at the end, which is like, fam, why would you even do that to yourself? So we know that was not meant to be there, right? And, you know, clearly that's what was the case. So now we're here for another one. So it's been, what? If that was September, October, November, December, January, February. So like 5 months.
5 months.
5 months for another state of play. And instead of saying, yo, we have some dope stuff, can't wait to show you stuff from our studios and from games around the world or studios around the world. Instead, it's just updates on great games coming to PS5. Let's read the actual. Let's see in the article, do they talk about their studios? Okay. State of Play returns tomorrow, February 12th. Okay, so watch February 12th on YouTube and Twitch for news and updates on great games coming to PS5. This is look at how long look at all the energy they put into the fucking what the fuck. Okay, State of Play is back tomorrow, February 12th. Tune in live for news and updates on great games coming to PS5. They wrote that same line multiple times. The show celebrates a creative and unique selection of exciting games from studios around the world. The 40+ minute show begins February 12th at 5 p.m. Eastern on YouTube and Twitch, and will be broadcast in English and then co-streaming. Hey, you know, there might be copyrighted shit, so if you're streaming it, you know, you might be fucked. Okay, that's it. That's what they roll up. I feel like the tweet had more shit on it than this does, right? Like they wrote this blog post, okay, just to literally say the same shit that was on the tweet, but it's 40+ minutes. Okay, so it's 40 minutes, so it's 40 minutes and 14 seconds.
Oh my gosh, this is wild. In 40 seconds they can show baby steps.
Yeah,
so
sure.
It's like, what are we doing, guys?
But again, and I don't know if this is just me. I want the chat to kind of get in it as well, but obviously I want to hear from you guys, and you, Doodle, because immediately when I hear this, when I hear updates on great games coming to PS5, coming means from outside.
Yep.
Right? That doesn't mean from inside, because inside the games are already here, right?
I feel like it would be a bit more personal, right?
Exactly.
Games we've been working on, games from our studios.
Exactly.
Like I just feel it lacks a connection here.
So I want you to get your bars off. But yeah, so the show celebrates a creative and unique selection of exciting games from studios around the world. No mention of our studios. I mean, honestly, based off this verbiage alone, there could be zero first party at this event.
I agree.
Zero.
I agree.
Just based off of how they wrote it. And,
yes.
And I'm I'm gonna pass it to you in a second. So I want you to get your bars off on it. But just from the words, for me, it literally could be 0 if they wanted to, but it looks like the vast majority of your 40 plus minutes is going to go to everything other than a PlayStation first party game. Technically, we have Ghost of Yote that should be seen because, frankly, it's supposed to come out this year, right? So we should be seeing that.
We should be seeing a nice amount of gameplay for it.
Yeah, we should be. And then we should have Wolverine. We should have Marathon. We should have the Gummy Bear. And we should have
wasn't that canceled?
Well, supposedly, but I mean, it was never real, right? So
true.
It's hard to find facts on this stuff. So Gummy Bear and Fairhaven, right? Or Fair Games, right?
Yeah.
Those are supposed to be coming out this year, supposedly. Well, not Wolverine. Wolverine's next year, but still, after all the leaks, you would assume that they would do that. Okay, so honestly, I don't feel good based off their verbiage that any of this stuff's going to show up, but you know, at least one in my mind. Baby, what do you think? What do you think that means to you when you hear it say great games coming to PS5, unique selection of exciting games from studios around the world?
Okay, great games coming to PlayStation 5. It's just third party, anything that's coming to PlayStation 5. And unique selection, it seems like from everything that's coming, we've selected some that we're going to showcase so that we can have a show and kind of something to talk about. This is the problem. Yes, there are games like Baby Steps and Marathon, Ghost of Yote. Like I said before, I'm not sure it's going to see the light of day this year. Can you guys say something? I just want to see if I can hear you.
Something.
There we go. Perfect. We've talked about these games. I don't know where Baby Steps is. I feel like we saw it just once, if I'm recalling correctly, and then we made fun of it and never saw it again. So if they're still working on that, I mean, if it's supposed to come out this year, I feel like we should be seeing it. I don't know. I don't feel confident about Ghost of Yote. It seemed like something that was just kind of thrown together. So I'm not sure that that's what we're going to see. Maybe we will. Maybe they got it together. Maybe they brought in extra, people to come in and work on the game and rush it out. Where are they going to put these games? Who knows? I know that Xbox is going to be there to go ahead and make it a challenge. Those sales are going to be difficult to go ahead and get. But I just, with all if you told me that they were going to go ahead and put a show together, that it's all about PlayStation and all the games that they canceled, then I would be like, okay, a 40-minute show, that makes sense. But it cannot. I don't see it being PlayStation games, especially with the way that they're phrasing it. I think that we're going to potentially see Xbox games, and just games that they've selected just from out there, third-party games. We may see Indiana Jones, right? We may see Indiana Jones there. Exactly. So, and it's coming out soon. That 30% is looking delicious when you don't have anything substantial that you're going to release. At least you want to go ahead and know you do see those numbers, whether the games are wish listed or not. Like you do see that if they're pre-order, then you see the pre-orders are coming in. But wish listing the game, you see where the hype is, and I think that they're maybe going to be selective, and kind of say, okay, these are the games that they're pumped up for. Let's go ahead and make that 30% nice and solid, and make sure that they do show up and get them more excited for these games. Because right now, we're seeing them, and they need to lean into these third-party games. That's just the reality of it. Let's keep it real. We saw Wolverine in these streets. Yes, it's not supposed to come out this year. At this point, just release the damn thing. It doesn't seem to be getting much better, and it's on PC already. like what else are you going to do to it? Hopefully they will get it together. I just don't see that they've been working on anything that we just have not heard of, right? Sappho says the movies. They're gonna show the movies.
Anime.
Maybe. I mean,
oh yeah, they
that
could
would
show
be,
Ghost of Tsushima anime. That's supposed to drop soon.
but see, that would be, I would be really annoyed if they're going to go ahead and put on a show for games. And I don't put it past them though, because again, the last show that we saw, yes, that was supposed to be about, you know, the games and everything. Again, they went ahead and paraded the console, the controller, and it's like, what are you guys doing? Like, keep it clean, keep it focused. But we'll see what happens. For me, what I see again is a lot of third-party games that they've selected, probably the ones that they see the most hype for, because they want to keep on pushing on that, because that's what is guaranteed money, clean 30% that will be coming in. And at this point, you can't fight it, right? You can't fight it. You're not putting your games on other platforms. You have it on PC, but you're not necessarily going out there and putting your games on other platforms as of yet. So I think that they need to capitalize on the fact that these developers are excited to be getting something from Xbox and these third parties.
Agreed 100%. I did put a poll in the chat.
Oh boy.
Because I'm looking at the chat and I'm seeing a lot of stuff in here and I'm like, yo, this is all really possible. There's a really strong chance that tomorrow we will see more Xbox games, like from Xbox, than PlayStation first party game. So we might see more Xbox first party games at the show than PlayStation first party.
I think we'll see at least 3.
That would blow my fucking mind. That would blow my mind. I do have a poll over there. Let me know what you guys think.
4.
Well, there's just looking in the chat. You have Indie.
Got Indie.
Yeah.
I got Forza Horizon.
Some people are saying Hellblade. That would be like a.
I don't think there'll be any surprises.
Hasn't been confirmed yet, so that would be like a surprise, but it's possible. You got Doom. That could be at that show.
I don't think Doom will be there just because it was just on the Xbox stage 2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
That's the only reason I don't.
But you know they thirsty.
Yeah,
so,
I mean they're excited for it.
But
they thirsty. So
yeah, I don't see that one.
You gotta sometimes it's even what a even better dig for Xbox to be like, oh yeah, we'll let you replay our trailer from 2 weeks ago.
Yeah. So I mean, I have it's the 4 that were most recently announced. I think will be at the State of Play, which is Forza Horizon, Indiana Jones needs a release date, Age of Mythology, and I think Age of Empires is also going as well, right?
Right.
Both ages are going. So I think you'll see both ages, Forza Horizon and Indiana Jones will finally get a release date. So
Now
I think you'll see those 4 games.
The rumor is that Starfield is going to be at this show tomorrow. And the rumor is that not only is it show tomorrow, but it's supposed to be dropping on PlayStation on Friday, February 14th. The day after. Not the day after, 2 days after. That's the rumor. Supposedly
for what?
Starfield. That is going to.
I've seen a lot of Hellblade 2 in the chat.
Hellblade 2.
I would understand, and I can see that making sense to go ahead and drop Hellblade 2 on PlayStation. I feel like that's one heck of a treat that you guys would be getting.
I'm not saying it doesn't make sense. I just don't think it makes sense to announce that tomorrow and kind of take away the steam of Avowed releasing Thursday. That's why I think they'll just stick to the games they already announced.
I mean, Avowed's not coming to PlayStation, though.
It's not, but everyone's going to be talking about Starfield in the media on Thursday instead of talking about Avowed on Thursday. Because, you know, that's kind of how I see it.
I mean, that would still...
It's still positive for Xbox.
I feel like that would be positive Xbox news because all of a sudden Starfield is going to be the best game ever made, right? Yeah. And what it would do is shine the light on how Xbox is great, right? And they're making these games, and Xbox is great, and like, oh, there's another great Xbox games coming out. Boom, there's Avowed, right?
I would like to see Avowed get a spotlight. For like
I think that
Starfield's almost 2 years old now, but I get it.
Yeah.
I think even if I don't see it being a big deal. I think Avowed is going to speak for itself. I do think that these games going, whatever it is that is going, I think the Band-Aid has been ripped, and it's like if you with Forza 5 going on PlayStation, I don't see how that would be a problem. I can see them trying to make it a problem. I don't see how that would be a problem or an issue. I'm not sure that Xbox cares, right? Like, you're getting brand new games thrown right into your Game Pass. We're talking about a game that is 2 years old. Potentially, if it were to get announced, even Hellblade 2, like, it's a phenomenal game.
Yeah, I don't think I'm not thinking about the fans. I'm more so thinking about just the news cycle. Is more so what I'm thinking about, like just media coverage. Yeah, media coverage. Like, so I think they kind of want.
I think the media, if it's not something that has already been announced, whether it's Hellblade 2 or Starfield, will try to make something out of it. I'm just not sure, and I guess this is just speaking from my end. Like, I don't see how this can be a bothersome situation for anyone that will keep them invested on the idea that, again, like if we're referring to Starfield, I'm upset that this game that I've played, been there, had an extension pack, play that, been there, I have a vow that just released, that my focus is going to be about Starfield being on PlayStation and these developers getting an old ass game to us, right? I'm not saying anything bad about it, but like, I mean, that's one heck of an issue.
We're gonna be eating good on Thursday. All of us that paid for early access, and then the people the following week are just gonna, dive in and play it on the actual release date. We're gonna be eating good. So I don't think we're gonna have a problem with whatever it is that they announce at the show, whatever Xbox game they announce. I just don't expect it to be anything that they haven't already announced in the weeks leading up to the state of play, because they announced 4 games leading up to the state of play. It would make sense to feature those games. I don't think, does Forza Horizon 5 have a release date yet on?
No, they haven't even dropped the trailer.
Yeah, they might have a date. There you go.
That's what I'm saying. So that's like same for 8. I don't think any of those 4 games they announced have official dates yet.
So and now we know why, because we know the show was coming. Right?
Yes.
Yeah. So I think those are the 4 games.
That they just put kind of like a tweet out, and it's like these games are going on that platform.
Maybe Starfield closes the show.
That's possible. I can see that being possible.
Like, one more thing.
But also, I would say
that's amazing.
Death Stranding is also possible.
Yeah.
Lost Soul aside, and
I don't even know what that is.
That's about it.
Saying Lost Soul aside.
Unless you were like really paying attention, you wouldn't know. Because like I said, it's like last time we saw the game was like 10 years ago, like literally.
Lost Soul aside.
We haven't seen that game in a while.
For it already?
Yeah,
there's some gameplay for it. But it's been a long time.
PlayStation dropped a trailer last month for it. Wow, they did so good at showing people, because I don't even fucking remember it.
The last time it had any type of coverage that people cared about, it was like a decade ago, because nobody even talked about this particular trailer a month ago.
All right.
I'm seeing hold on.
Oh, it's the China Hero Project joint.
Yeah.
So I gotta
say, Shadow dropped. I don't think that they're gonna do.
No, it won't be that day.
It wouldn't
Friday.
be a Shadow
Friday,
drop.
Supposedly. That's what Nate the fucking hate and shit was talking about.
And by the way, I agree with the fact that.
Oh my god, this shit looks trash.
Yeah,
it does not look good.
It should be obviously the games that were put out there. I do think Doom is going to be a big deal. So I see them bringing that to the table. even though it was on the Xbox Direct. I know how PlayStation likes to kind of make things seem like it's just on their platform, so they would want to highlight such a big game. I'm just entertaining the idea of something being there that's kind of like a shocker. I'm seeing Hellblade 2. I'm hearing
I wouldn't
Starfield.
say shocker,
If
man, more like
if
a
it were
unknown.
yes, unknown. If it were something like that, I don't see there being an issue. They would try to make it an issue. If the meltdowns begin again, I mean, that would just be wild. That would just be wild.
Not look good.
Yeah, I
It
gotta tell
doesn't.
you, like, this shit looks trash.
Like that little dragon thing that's following him does not look good.
Like
The
this is
environments don't look
generic.
good.
But the
It's like
environment,
knockoff
yes.
Final Fantasy.
Yeah, like it's a wannabe like mix between Final Fantasy and like the what's that Wukong the monkey game and the Phantom Blade Zero, right?
Yeah.
Like it's like they like the ponies don't realize they're just literally trading Sad Dad Simulator for wannabe
like
Dark
this
Soul.
water looks nasty. Like that initial like first 5 seconds of the trailer looks horrible.
Yeah, it's just generic. It's generic.
See,
Like
I think I got
it
the lineup for tomorrow. Like originally, before seeing the tweet from Lost Soul Aside, I was thinking maybe they show Phantom Blade Zero for an update, but I think instead of that starting the show, it's going to be that Lost Soul Aside, because you got to start out with your low point, something that is going to be new, but it may not be immediately released, but at least keep them interested to say, oh yeah, we got an exclusive. And then the next two games are going to be.
You don't think Baby Steps open?
Can you imagine?
No, I'll get to that one, because it's kind of like one of those middle surprises. But the two RTSs, which will be like what Pharaoh was saying earlier, Age of Mythology Retold, and then Age of Empires 2, the definitive edition, they'll get those next. And then after that, I was thinking it's either Pragmata, which is the one from Capcom. It's not an exclusive, but they had the marketing on it, and that was that one that Capcom
postponed a billion years ago, bro.
It was like a space game.
Shit, yeah. When like there's like the dudes in a space suit, but they were like in New York City streets with a little girl standing in the corner or some shit. This is some weird shit.
Now it's either that one is possibly ready to be shown, or it's Baby Steps. It's one of the two. I don't think they get both of them, but I think it's one of those two. I'm leaning more towards Baby Steps because I think Devolver has that closer to launch. And then the next thing will be that they get the date for Indiana Jones, because we're going up on a high point. Then
yes,
they'll go to Ghost of Yotai, which they'll show an update, and hopefully for those that spent the $700 or $800 on their PS5 Pros, hopefully they'll show some sort of enhancement that makes it worthwhile for that game on that PS5 Pro. And then even bigger highlight, because of pre-orders, is going to be Forza Horizon 5. And then I wouldn't say this is a low light, but they got to squeeze in Fair Game, because it's one of those games as a service that they didn't cancel, but they're going to set it out there to die, just like Concord. So we'll see how that does. And then I am thinking Hellblade 2 makes it, and that's the one after Fair Game. And then they close the show with Death Stranding 2. And that's the show. I can
see that being the closing for sure.
I figure I think that's what, nine games. They spend less than 5 minutes on each game. They spend more time on Death Stranding. They probably will spend a decent amount of time on Forza Horizon, just because it's that big of a game now. And it's going to be their first good arcade racer in a while. So I think those are going to be like the highlights of the show. Indiana Jones will be a highlight as well, but I think they actually give more time to Forza, just because I think there's probably more pre-orders for that, or wish lists for that. So we'll see, but I don't think it's going to be much more than that.
I would love them to give Forza time, but that's a Gran Turismo killer right there. So I
mean, I think they're gonna accept defeat. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just they did the free to play Gran Turismo. My first Gran Turismo. Like,
oh my gosh,
for fucking toddlers.
That was wild.
And that didn't do shit. Smart 661, I see you, fam. Thank you for being here. Duke, what's up, player? So look, this game is the Phantom Blade Zero, right?
Howard Boss, what's up?
And again, I gotta tell you, like, I know people are, you know, hype for this game. I think I have zero hypeness for this game, like zero. This is, again, I'm sorry, but it's like generic 101 now. Like, this is all the same shit. Like, the fact that you got this dude swinging on these fucking vines, that's not like, oh wow, you found a new way to attack us. Got it. That wow, look at the creativity. It's like, though, you can't, like, it's just nonstop the same type of game. How can I go from the palette that I have on Xbox, where I'm getting so many different experiences nonstop, to just, hey, look at me, I'm gonna release the same game 14 different times from 14 different people, because this is our new Sad Dad simulator, right? So instead of the Sad Dad simulator, we're getting these wannabe Souls likes, or I don't know if there's a new word for these types of soul like, I don't know. The Sekiro likes are probably more you know, closer, you know, to of a comparison, but like, I don't know, man. Like, this for me doesn't hit it. And then, you know, I know they want to play it smooth and slick, but I don't know. But I remember the announcement trailer, and I could tell you right now, the announcement trailer don't look shit like what they've been showing us. All right, so this is not. We're not talking about a game that has progressed in a way where it's like, oh man, look at how much they've kept it the same. Like, the fighting on that shit has been scaled way back, way back, and that's just the reality of what it is. Honestly, for me, like, if this game, like this one right here, the way they were doing the combat, if that's the game that was launching and they cracked the code and they figured out a way to make the fighting look more like interactive than it ever has in like the history of an action game like this, that would be one thing, but it's not, right? It just went straight back to the normal fighting that you see in all these games. Nothing different, nothing unique, nothing special. And it's literally like, it's a nothing burger for me. Like, look at this shit, man. This is not what we were looking at in the other place. Okay, like, let's be clear. Ain't nobody was showing us this type of action. This was just the same thing. It looked all core. Every time something happened that was even close to even being anywhere near like this, it was all choreographed, right?
Heavily.
So like when they all come in and all charge at the same time and they jump and you get on top of it, they do it another time. Like, it's all, again, it's all choreographed, right? Like, that's nothing different, nothing special. Look at the traversal on here. That's not happening, right? Like, not even close, right? So again, for me, getting these games, seeing them come out on PlayStation, it's just another, like, I know this one is supposedly coming to Xbox at some point. This is not a quote unquote exclusive. Still, even then, like, if this exact game was the game that was launching, it'd be like, oh wow, they figured out how to do some crazy looking shit, right? But like, that's just not the reality. It's generic. It's just normal, nothing special. I'm good. You know what I'm saying, like, I'm all right. But yeah. So okay. So Fuzzy, you think I mean, your guesses were, they're all believable, right?
Agreed.
Like, I think that
that's a good list.
That's a pretty good fucking list. You know, the poll, people, 83% of the people are saying that Xbox is going to drop more games on the show, like have more first party games on the show than PlayStation. which if that happens, yo, PlayStation just
What a
needs to
joke.
just
What a
pack
joke.
it in, bro.
That's going to happen every
just go
year
with
now,
it.
though. Xbox is
Mhm.
going to release more games
That's
on
going to
PlayStation
be
than
the new
PlayStation
normal.
is. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a diabolical plan. Just think of it.
It
really
is.
When you look at their top 10, if more games are owned by Xbox in their top 10, their customer is not going to have the funds to spend on the actual PlayStation games as a service. So they're basically stealing money from PlayStation in a way. And I know people would be like, "Oh, well, they still get 30%." Yeah, that's great. It's great they get that 30% off the cut. Microsoft gets 70%. And before they even go into the, oh, well, Microsoft has to pay the bills and the expenses. Do you think the expenses for the game, the salaries, the lights for the building, and all that are going to equal more than 40%?
Like,
Then
you know,
you probably shouldn't be in business at that point. So them getting the 70%, they're still going to pocket, I would say, pretty close to 50% of that, or more than 50% of that 70 in their pocket. So it's definitely going to be more than what PlayStation gets to pocket and use towards their first party. But PlayStation will just keep making more remasters. I mean, there will be a year at some point because they'll have enough games that are old enough where maybe PlayStation has 5 or 6 remasters as opposed to Xbox having 5 games to drop or something on there. But I don't think that time is anywhere near soon. So we'll see.
I feel like you nailed it. Diabolical plan. I feel like
Yes.
no one goes ahead and has a box and loves to freaking money hack games and believes in exclusives to then change their mind and say, you know what, this is okay, right? This is a surrendering. They have nothing left, no fight in them left. And they've been cornered into allowing this and having to have this happen. And they can either go ahead and turn the back, right? Turn their back and know that, we're not going to go ahead and push these games and try to at least get that 30%, right? When we see the crowd hype for it. Or, they go ahead and entertain it and say, this is just where we're at. I feel like it's so well executed. Again, PlayStation not necessarily having any control as to what Xbox wants to do on their platform, what games they want to put on their platform, and kind of invading, right? And taking over. And then you don't have, and this is the weaker part. If you were going ahead and at least showing up with the same amount of games, right? First party games, that's a different story. But when you don't have anything to combat that with, you are literally surrendering your boxes to someone else. And that's what's taking place here. This is what we're seeing play out. It can't feel good. It can't be easy, but they have no other choice but to play nice and go along with it. Because that's just what's taking place.
Yeah.
This is wild. And understand, Faro, you brought up, this is just this year. We have, if they want to go ahead and start bringing remasters, right? Even if they showed up with 5, it's not just new games, older games that they can bring in, right? It's a combination that could, if you bring 5, I'll bring 10 and still outdo you.
Yeah.
There's enough to go around.
And, the question when it comes to Horizon 5, Forza Horizon 5 is how much of Gran Turismo's player base does Forza Horizon 5 take? Because after a certain percentage, it's going to kill that game.
Yeah.
So like if it takes 35%, that could sink that game very easily. And then like we all know Sony first party isn't doing good. Like those next 3-4 games, if they don't hit, Sony first party could look a whole lot different in the coming years to where you're not even getting remasters anymore. Like
facts.
You're starting to see, unfortunately, I mean, we see how the industry's trending at the moment. You can see a couple more studios close at Sony, just like we've seen at Ubisoft and just all across the industry. Like a lot of these companies are suffering from poor decisions and overspending from COVID and things like that. So I feel like PlayStation is in a pretty bad spot. I'm not sure it's all going to hinge on this state of play, but on their next 3-4 games, could tell us a lot about where Sony's going in the future.
And I think it's PlayStation first party that's in a rough spot, right?
Yeah.
Like their studios, right? Again, PlayStation as a whole is a store, and they do well as a store, right?
Yeah.
Like they're going to stay a store. So
that's what they have to
isn't going
choose
anywhere.
to become. I think that's the difficult part, that they go ahead and they have
to be difficult. I think that's going to be the happiest decision they ever make.
I think surrendering is difficult when you are hyped and you're saying we have Concord is the next Star Wars, and you see that fail, and you're having to cancel games, and you're having to let people go, and people are not responding to AstroBot, even though it won Game of the Year. And Lego Horizon, people are not responding to that, even though you're trying to reach a younger generation, and you're thinking that maybe on the Switch it'll do well. Going ahead and seeing that, facing the fact that your games are not cutting it right now, seeing the leaks getting rejected for Wolverine the way that they are, the lack of hype for Yote, even your Naughty Dog studio, which is, again, come on, man, The Last of Us, what was the Intergalactic, right? You're coming over here with Intergalactic now. No, I was trying Nathan Drake, Uncharted, right? Yeah. Like the games that they've released are like a big deal, a big stamp for PlayStation, and it's like they show up with their next game, and even they are getting trashed. And it's like, what do you do? At what point do you say, listen, we need to either take a step back and kind of let it ride out as a store? And when you do that, the problem that you're facing is, how do you come back in? Because, Farah, you brought up the remasters, right? And at some point they're going to wonder, are these even worth making? Let me ask you a question. If you have a box and you're seeing Xbox games coming to your platform, are you going to go ahead and buy a remaster that you've played already and been there, done that, when you have other choices of new games that may catch your attention? Now you have other options. So I think that those remasters, as poorly as they may have been doing, that's just going to get worse. So they have a big issue. They have a big issue.
That's just what's going to happen. That's just part of it. But all those issues you just talked about, that's a Herman Holtz issue, right? Mm-hmm. And that's why they demoted his ass. So they already told you their stance. You think we're joking. It's the reality. They told you their stance. PlayStation has spoken. Sony has spoken. Hardware is leading the way. Hardware. That's the only thing they're capable of selling. Hardware, right? And it's not all hardware, because PSVR, unfortunately, rest in peace. But that's what it is. So yeah, absolutely, they will focus on keeping the PlayStation 5 as long as humanly possible, and those games that are coming out of their first party will be few and far between. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's just what it is. If you can get 2 or so this year, maybe 2 next year. We know they're only aiming for 1, but even if they do splurge and do 2, that's pretty much like the cap that they can do without having severe years with nothing. But you bring that down to 1, and you're just a store, bro. You're literally just a store.
It's going to get to the point where it's 1 every other year. Yeah,
exactly.
That's what.
And then you become like a Valve who's just sitting there and running a store, collecting the money that people, when they buy the games, they get their 30% across the board, and they're good. And every once in a blue, they'll have 1 or 2 teams. They won't let them go. Like, they're not gonna let go Naughty Dog, I don't think. Like, they'll keep them there to work on something in the background.
Naughty Dog, Insomniac, and Sucker Punch probably stay. Polyphony, those are probably like the 4, and then San Diego, because they do the MLB. Those are probably like the core 5.
Yeah, I'm surprised Bend hasn't gotten the announcement of a closure.
Like, they probably keep about 6 studios, and then everything else is, you kind of figure out what you want to do with them, how you want to allocate them.
Yeah, and as much as we joke about it, and it's true, because when Xbox drops a game over there, they're getting the 30, we're getting the 70. That 70 is newfound money, right? For us,
Yeah.
right? It's newfound money for us and it's great. That 30 is also newfound money for them.
Absolutely.
Right. And that 30 is going to be enough to be like, yeah, we don't need to make games.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Like, we don't
need to take that risk.
Yeah, because that's a risk is fucking huge. When we go from pure profit to, oh shit, we put out 100 million and we only made like 120. It's like, well, that was a lot of risk for a nothing burger. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah, for sure.
That's not enough of return, right? To risk 100 million. You double that, 200 million, 300 million where they've been just to make a little bit back. They don't want that. They don't want that. So they much rather have Xbox drop games over there and allow them to become what most people honestly look at them as, right? Like, let's be clear. You know, what's the best-selling game this generation? What is it? Was it God of War? God of War hit 15 mil? Ragnarok?
I believe
think
so.
for them, yeah.
I think that's the best selling. I think that's the best selling PlayStation 5 game this gen was God of War, right?
And
which is down significantly. Exactly, which is down significantly from the first God of War, right? So it's downward trend. They see it, they know it. Point is that 15 million people bought that. There's 70 million boxes out there. Okay, so you're talking over 50 million people who look at PlayStation as a storefront only. 100%. That's just what they do. So for the majority of people, like I said, I joke about it, but it's the truth. If PlayStation put out a blog post tomorrow, say, hey, we're actually not going to release anything anymore. You know, we're just going to focus our intention on making the bet, given the Phil speech. We're going to focus our intention on, you know, making our box special and worthwhile and something that you guys want to use. And that's it. That's where we are.
But
I mean, it would kind of be the same exact situation that they have right now, right? I feel like it wouldn't change anything.
Like a PlayStation player would be like, wow. So I go from one game a year to no game a year. Got it.
To maybe one game.
Oh my God.
Maybe one game a year.
Most PlayStation gamers wouldn't care. I mean, they got about a 10% attach rate to their. They have less than a 10% attach rate to their first party titles.
Yeah.
So
yeah, it's pretty bad for especially the majority of their titles. Like the outliers are God of War, right? Like you can't use that. And then your Spider-Man is
like, you know, AstroBot 2 million out of 60 million, you know.
That's why they're bundling it now.
Until Dawn, like doesn't even hit a million. Horizon, that's been going down. Like their games barely have a 10% attach rate.
Now, if Xbox came out and said, hey, we're not making games anymore,
that's a
PlayStation
problem.
dudes will lose their mind. No, what are we gonna play? Right? Like,
oh my gosh, you ain't lying.
They will react worse than Xbox dudes.
Yeah,
right. Because Xbox people at least got Game Pass still, right? These other dudes are just gonna be fucked, right? But that's the reality, right? We're in a very different situation. Before we go any deeper, I don't know how we missed this stuff, but we got some homies who super chatted like a while ago. So
Let's
I feel really bad. My dude Brett Bingham in the building.
Brett, what's good, love?
Thank you for that $5 super chat.
Thank you.
Says ponies are such hardcore fans, they will let PlayStation rail them. Oh shit. Damn. I mean, it checks out. It checks out. You ain't lying.
Hey, we saw that on Saturday. Friday and Saturday.
Yeah. I don't need to be on the network.
Is that what they said for real?
Hey,
no.
I'm not affected. I'm still playing games on my PlayStation.
Facts. 100%. Yeah, it's clear that they will take whatever PlayStation gives, which is nothing. The homie Lucky Mo in the building.
What's good?
Thank you. Chat. Says State of Pay Xbox show.
Yes.
Ooh.
Oh, let's go.
Damn, that's the truth.
They pay, we play.
Yep.
Yes.
Yeah. It's a problem. So like this is the thing, right? I know that they don't. I know it's hard for like people or like ponies to understand, but like, let's just use easy numbers. Let's say
Easy
Xbox does
Keep
$100
it
million
simple.
worth of business on PlayStation, right? $100 million sold on the PlayStation Store. PlayStation gets to deposit 30 million, right? They get to deposit 30 million of that. That's 70, that other 70 million, they got to write that check, right? They have to send that over and say, here, Xbox, here is your 70 million. We kept 30. Here is your 70. That's a big, like, if you see $100 million in your bank every month and you have to write 70 million away, that's sad time, right? Like, that's not a good time. So they're not happy, but that's exactly what they do. Like, the more we see Xbox games show up there, it's just more money that has to be paid over. It's glorious. I love it.
But the worst part is that they're doing the multi-platform approach and no checks are coming back to them.
Facts.
Like, Lego and,
because they nobody want their shit.
Yeah.
There's a difference, right? There's a difference. There's only one group of people here who can do this, and they're doing it, and that's Xbox. Outside of that, it doesn't exist. It's not a possibility. PlayStation, what grand announcement can they make? Hey, y'all, the one game a year we make is going to be multi-plat. Like, who's going to care? Like, okay, well, it's January, so I guess I'll fucking see your game, in fucking November? You know what I'm saying? Like, what? Like, come on, man. What is that? Who cares? Who cares? Yo, the ponies are the biggest frauds there is because
Seriously.
they rep in a squad with no games to talk about ever.
Make it make sense. You can't.
This whole year, they don't talk about any of the games. Even fucking Helldivers, the only game that made some waves, still doesn't get talked about by
ponies don't play it.
The ponies. Exactly. It's PC people and random Xbox people who are obsessed with, I don't know, the idea of playing PlayStation games.
I think our snipers are a little trigger happy. Jesse James, what's up, love? Thank you for rocking out. I don't know if you're still there, if you can hear us. He got sniped out. I don't think he said this in the wrong way. I think he was kind of showing
I see it.
why
George
this
Washington
is bullshit.
Is
yes, right here. Josh Washington is dead. Xbox is dead. But one of them
talked about 24/7.
Talked about
like if Xbox
he's
really
calling
dead,
bullshit. He's calling bullshit on the fact that they want to keep saying that Xbox is dead. It's really not. Yeah. That's it. I hear you. Friendly fire, Mick Kumar said.
Man down. Yeah, man down. You gotta not.
Yes.
Can't shoot our own people. Okay.
No. Let's not.
Why
so serious? As
we already
Jesse
gave them
James
enough reasons
is the
to run
homie.
away because they're mad that we're not crying nonstop out here in these streets.
Yes.
No, there's an Xbox game. Go to PlayStation. No, we're good.
Well, I mean, if you understand what Xbox is doing, like, they're winning the war in a different way. Like, they're literally like stomping out PlayStation's first party. So
yeah, it's like, there's one side that decided to take airplanes and throw little bombs on our turf, and then there's a reaction where we say, okay, that's the way you want to have a battle. Well, this is what we do. We throw a nuclear bomb and destroy your entire existence, right? And that is what they've just done. You don't realize it, ponies, as you're watching and getting ready to clip or say something stupid. You don't realize that you've been infiltrated. You have. They are inside. They're in your home. They're running your system. You have no first-party games coming out for the foreseeable future, whereas Xbox has already announced 7?
Yeah.
This year.
This year, that's what's crazy. 7 so far.
With the Age of Empire and Age of Mythology, right? Forza Horizon.
8, actually, when you throw in Call of Duty.
Call of Duty. All right, so Call of Duty, Outer Worlds 2, Doom, Indiana Jones, and Forza Horizon 5. Right? Is that what I said?
Yeah.
8. Okay. So they're dropping more games on PlayStation this year than PlayStation has dropped on their own goddamn console in the last 3-4 years.
They might drop more this year than PlayStation has dropped this generation, and I'm saying
Xbox, they for sure on Xbox they're dropping more games than PlayStation has ever dropped. But on PlayStation themselves, Xbox are dropping these games, and I think they have over 8 games.
Because if you X out the remakes and remasters, how many games has PlayStation really had this year? Like, I mean, this generation. You got two Spider-Mans. You got Miles Morales and Spider-Man 2. You got Ragnarok. You got Horizon Forbidden West, Gran Turismo 7.
Ratchet and Clank.
And
then
Returnal. So we're at 7.
Returnal doesn't count because that shit did not drop under their banner.
Okay,
because they bought them after fact.
They bought them after it dropped.
So okay, we can be at 6. So you're at
6.
Any other?
Well, I guess
AstroBot is. AstroBot takes them back to 7. Concord.
Lego the Whole.
All right, that's 9.
And then Concord is 9, and Helldivers 2. Even though that's a second party, I don't know
10.
if you want to count that. That's 10. So Xbox is going to drop almost the same amount of games that they've dropped this whole generation. On their platform. Xbox is going to drop more games from Xbox this year than PlayStation has dropped in the generation. That's fucking wild.
Yeah, possibly. Yeah. It would be wild. But no, I'm not counting remasters. I'm not counting games we've already been playing for like 2 decades.
HNS 1998 says Concord. You got a -1.
Back to 9.
Back to 9.
The ghost of Concord.
The ghost of Concord
will live forever.
That's wild. That's wild. Yeah. That's a. Oh shit! You saw the song? Jesse James is singing "Many Men." Many men. Wish that upon me, Lord.
Yo,
oh my God, that's hilarious.
That's hilarious.
Oh my God,
you're wilding. He can't say anything, guys. He got sniped. They're like, say something, Jesse.
That's wild.
For 86,000 seconds.
86.
That's like a week.
Seconds. Did he really do it for 86,000 seconds? Are you
That's what it sounds like. That's what it sounds like.
The fuck? The fuck is?
Or at least until Thursday.
Such a big number.
See you next week.
Power Boss. It wasn't you. It wasn't Power. It was right. You are. He says, "I blame the grammar."
Oh yeah, it's 24 hours. So yeah, we'll see him till Thursday.
Right. Well, I guess we'll see. Well, maybe we'll see. Oh damn, he won't even be able to come tomorrow. On the
Thursday.
Thursday.
Serious? Says not Jesse James is gonna come back, Pony.
It's gonna be
oh my God!
Can we undo it?
I don't know.
I'm sure y'all can because it's your channel. But
why so serious that Jesse James is coming back with a vest and a helmet?
Oh my God, that's wild. That's wild.
Gosh, Power Boss tried to freaking undo the timeout and added another 10 seconds.
Why?
They're wilding. Oh man.
Yo.
Oh man.
That's crazy.
I might have to buy a little t-shirt and write "Free Jesse" on it for next week.
Free Jesse. Free Jesse.
Free Jesse.
Oh my God.
I'm gonna get a t-shirt #Free Jesse James.
Yeah. Everybody drop a #Free Jesse in the chat. Let them know we're thinking about
it.
Yo, that's wild. So I guess all right, but he doesn't, because he's just timed out and not blocked, he doesn't come into the blocked list.
Somehow he's back.
Who's back?
Jesse James.
Jesse James is coming back with the rest of where?
Highlighted it. Next platform.
Maybe he has another channel. Maybe he has like another name.
Yes, justice for Jesse James.
Oh, he's back.
Let's go, baby.
We did it. We did it. Our voices have been heard. Our voices have been heard.
Oh my gosh.
Yo,
that's wild. Jesse's back, you guys. Let's go. Hashtag free Jesse.
Oh my God.
Oh my gosh. That was awesome.
So that's
good to have you back, Jesse. Let's go.
Well, I'm glad that we freed Jesse. We did it. Our voices were heard.
Oh my gosh, Zach Riley. Jesse returned faster than the PSN did. Yo.
Why is that the perfect transition to our next? That is right.
Oh
that is right. Our boy Jesse James has literally come back after being timed out.
Oh my gosh. Racer Ultron says, is it the real Jesse James?
Of course, he's ready. He wouldn't put the eggplant out there.
He's handing out eggplants to all the mods.
Eggplant to the fucking party. He said, "This for you, mods." Oh my God. That's wild. That's wild.
Oh my gosh.
Oh man. But yes.
And also for do you okay? Now me.
What, he came back?
No, and also I'm just throwing him in. Just adding him in, you know?
To the fucking life. Do you? Okay. Now me. Fucking the Wilbro boy. It's wild.
Oh my gosh.
All right. So let's hop in. Let's hop into this this outage. Okay. This outage that took place. PlayStation Network was down for over 24 hours. I believe it was 25 hours to be exact. Let me see if I could pull it up real fast. I know that there was a lot of word on the street, like they were not happy. Like the ponies were not happy about this, just to be clear. Okay, I saw them. They were mad. They're like, what the fuck? Just got home from work. Oh shit. You know what? Before I even go into that, did y'all see? I think people took this the wrong way. Did you guys see Kendrick Lamar, his halftime show? And did you see him say that PlayStation is over? That is game over for PlayStation?
He did.
No,
did you guys not see that? Let me hook y'all up. You didn't know, but I got you. Don't worry.
Battle person's trying to spin it.
I got you. They spin it the wrong direction.
Mm-hmm.
They spin that shit in the wrong direction, fam. Hold on. Let me show you what's what. Don't let them try to play you. Okay? There's only one way to read this shit. And people think, oh, like he's a fan. Nah, fam. He's telling y'all. He's telling y'all what's what. You ready? Oh, wait. I didn't press the button. Okay. Check it out. Check it out. Look. What does that say? Okay. Let me move it up a little bit for you. Let's look at the picture as a whole. What does that say? Game
over PlayStation.
PlayStation buttons underneath. Game over PlayStation. The game is over PlayStation.
Yeah.
You're donezo. Okay.
Bye-bye.
You didn't know that this was a PlayStation and a Drake diss. You didn't understand.
Everybody got some.
To be clear, okay, if you were confused and you said to yourself, man, why is there a PlayStation sign over there? He must be a pony. Nope. Nope. Kendrick said, nah, I need y'all to know I'm killing Drake, all right, by doing the first fucking public diss song on a goddamn Super Bowl stage.
Right?
To a bunch of million fucking like rednecks and shit who like, what's this rap shit? Who's this Drake? Boom. Now you know. Okay. He got everybody involved. He got all the people that know, right? But then he got that other side who don't listen, right? They don't listen. All those people, they learned today.
Yeah.
They knew.
They know.
They're like, oh shit, Drake on some other shit, right? They know that. And now
they also know that PlayStation is dead.
Game over, PlayStation. PlayStation is dead. Why do you think he didn't write the name? He didn't want to embarrass them. You know what I'm saying? He's sending subliminals to PlayStation. Look at your fucking square and triangle. See how it's all black? It's a funeral. Game over, PlayStation. All right. So
adios.
Just so you know, okay. That's what happened. Okay. Why So Serious says, I heard Drake is a pony. Well, he deserves it.
He deserves a diss.
Everything is deserved. Facts.
That explains a lot.
100%. 100%. But yeah, so I just needed to make sure you were all very aware that, you know,
game over.
Oh my gosh, Gage, that's wild. Damn.
What he said?
Kendrick 5'5" and still taller than CMoney. By the way, hashtag not true. All right.
Wow.
But yo, he is short.
He's super short.
And like, I was like, yo, does he have knee problems? Like, he was like squatting the whole time. I'm like, bro, stand up straight. He's out there wearing bell bottoms. I was like, when did these come back? Like, dude, how are you wearing bell bottoms? Mess snug on the top and out from the knee down. I was like, outfit it ain't it. But yeah, he was just squatting the whole time. I was like, what is going on? Man. That was wild.
So there's
Kendrick is Ray sized.
Damn. All right. So there's
absolutely, Zach. Absolutely.
Okay, so when it comes to the actual outage, which I have to change this again. All right, so PlayStation Network was out for over 24 hours. This was the response that they gave. They were silent the entire time. But once it came back live, they put out this this message. It says network services have fully recovered from an operational issue. From an operation.
I get surgery and shit. Like what? What just took place, guys?
Like, what operations were you doing to fuck this up? Do you know what I'm saying? Like I don't get it. It says we apologize for the inconvenience. It was the layoffs. They laid off the guy who was in charge of this shit. They're like, oh shit, we forgot.
Bob is gone now, so
yeah, back here. They're like, Bob, we're sorry. We forgot you handled this shit, man. Says we apologize for the inconvenience and thank the community for their patience. There was no patience. Everybody hated you. They were really upset. All PlayStation Plus members will automatically receive an additional 5 days of service. But like it was said by our Doodle, when do you claim those 5 days?
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Do they move your bill date back 5 days? Like, we need to understand what's happening here. Okay. This is not very likely. I do see our boy Space Shot in the building.
Yo.
Oh, wait. My bad. Space Shot, we'll get to you. Our boy Dark Angelic in the building.
Let's go.
With that $2 super chat, man.
Thank
Appreciate you, homie. Didn't even see it. It says, phonies glad the PlayStation Network outage didn't affect X and Pornhub. They were. That's the one. Like, the ponies that you didn't see complaining, you know what they were doing. You know what I'm saying? They're like, I don't use this shit for that anyway. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
They're like, oh snap, I'm still getting mine. You're saying like that's their mentality. But yeah, Dark Angelic, I feel you, bro, for sure. Space Shot in the building, member for 4 months, man. Thank you so much, my brother. Appreciate you, homie. Appreciate the support. Says the operation of PlayStation Network was cut off temporarily by an operational issue. The cause was a lack of operation. You're welcome for our transparency. Yo, that's fire. It's true though. It's true. Like I honestly, my real belief is like they just forgot to pay. You know what I'm saying? So
I mean, that makes sense to me. That sounds like it could be a broke bitch problem. So we know the troubles they face, even though the gallopers don't want to see it. We here know the type of real issues that PlayStation's going through. So
Facts.
you know.
So obviously this is typical PlayStation, right? Like as much as it's like, oh shit, it's like another day in the life, right? Like they shit gets hacked all the time. They don't even know, like most people don't even notice when their system is down because they ain't got no games to play anyway. So it's really a nothing burger for most people. But they were upset. I saw them. They were not happy that it got shut down for sure. That's just the truth. Now, what do you feel, baby girl, about PlayStation just casually, going ahead? I mean, let's just fact check this for a second. Let's just make sure. Let's see. Okay. Interrupt the gameplay issues. Start. Okay. Okay, so February 9th. Neversource has been fully restored. Okay, so it was restored on the 8th. All right. But then they put out on the 9th, what went down, right? Oh, the operational issue, you get 5 days of service, right? And then before that was at 8:46 p.m. on the 7th. So 8:46 p.m. on the 7th, 6 feet. So almost 24 hours with no communication. Okay. They just said, hey, I know there's some issues. First of all, they said some users, right? And we know it wasn't some users. Everybody.
It was global, right?
Yeah.
Global. There was no, some people. Nope. Everybody. So they lied here, right? Just to, obviously they don't want to take responsibility. And then they said, just, click this link and watch it for eternity. And then again, so this obviously happened hours after the problem started. And then they went ahead and they made another post that had nothing to do with it, right? So they were just like, let's just talk about the SSD. Okay, let's remind people about the SSD on a PlayStation. And then after that, they said, okay, it's been restored, right? So at 6:58 p.m. And then about 6 hours later, they told everybody what they were gonna do. So again, almost 24 hours with no communication, with people freaking out, wondering what's going on, not knowing when.
Yeah, they didn't find a reason to kind of, or there was no urgency in telling people, listen, we're having some issues, we're working on it, hang tight, or something where it's like they didn't just dip out. I think that's the issue, right? When you're talking about a company that's as unstable as PlayStation, it's like, what happened now? Is this going to get fixed? Is this them? Are they done? All these things kind of cross your mind, and rightfully so. I feel like they should have addressed it right away, that they're aware of the problem rather than waiting till after. It was a lengthy situation that took place over 24 hours. That's no joke, right? And again, it seems like this 5-day additional 5 days of service cash out it should be something that reflects right away. Move that date, right? Everyone
Just give
gets
them
an
the
extra.
money.
Give them
You know what I'm
something,
saying?
right?
Like, what is
For
5
their
days
troubles.
of the service cost? Put it in as a credit.
They owe more than that though, because any game that required a PSN login, so even if you were a PC gamer, you couldn't play your single player game if it required a PSN login. So
Yep.
even like hypothetically, like Lego Horizon on the Switch, if Lego Horizon on the Switch requires a PSN login, you couldn't play that game for 24 hours. So it wasn't just like online players that were affected. People who play your single player games are also affected. So even if you don't have a PS Plus account, there were games you couldn't play.
Yeah, take accountability for what took place. Not that anybody was out there, playing Lego Ho, but in case they wanted to, they didn't, and it happened in like going right into the weekend, right?
Yeah.
So the time where some people, that's the time that they have to go ahead and play. And if they were looking forward to something that just wasn't there and not hearing anything from PlayStation, to let you know that they're aware of the issue, I think that was mishandled. Yeah, there should be something that makes them feel better in the now. Not if you cash in someday, if you cancel your services, you're gonna get 5 extra days, or however they're gonna try to spin it. They're very tricky with their words. And right here where they said, some, right? What was it? To the services, I fully know the other one that you had shown, where it said some people had trouble with their PSN. Yes, like they're not even taking full-blown accountability for it. And why they're saying some is for those people that didn't log in, that were not aware that they had an issue. It's like, oh, maybe that didn't happen to me, right? So they're kind of finding the loop. Exactly. Finding that loophole. So I it's just frustrating. They know everything was out. It's annoying that they're still being the same way, not taking accountability for the issues. This is why it's so difficult to think that they've learned any lessons from anything that's taken place. And this is why they're in the situation that they're in. Again, I would love to have seen them go ahead and kind of just do something for the players.
Yeah, for sure.
That's simple. Go ahead, pay up.
The homie Fuzzy, what do you think about PlayStation allowing this to happen again? No conversation during the time for almost 24 hours, no word on it. And then, all right, sorry for that. Here's 5 days.
I'm more of the belief that if it's 12 hours or less, you give a week. If it's over 12 hours, especially if it goes into at least a day, then you comp a month. And that's the way it should have been. If
Facts.
I'm wondering why they didn't go into details other than this, operational issue. Like, to me, that sounds like a kind way to say you pissed off the people you laid off that may have been part of the network, systems and stuff. And when you were ushering them out the door, one of them happened to trip over the cable and unplugged it, and nobody figured out how to plug it back in, kind of thing.
That's hilarious.
They were more concerned about getting the security to get them out of the building, as opposed to make sure that, you fire them on Friday at the end of the day, not like middle of the day or the day before, where stuff can go awry, kind of thing. But
That's wild.
It came across weird that, they're like, oh, it's down for some people. We ain't got nothing else to say. Talk to y'all later. And everybody's like, what? Wait, I got the Monster Hunter beta this weekend, which I guess hopefully they talk nice to Capcom to extend that weekend or something.
Yeah, they got 5 more days of the Monster Hunter Wilds beta.
But like with Call of
Duty, I don't think that was a PlayStation conversation. I think that was Capcom, like, you motherfuckers. God damn it. We were literally picked this weekend. This is the weekend you fucking do this, you dirty, stupid bitches. That's why we don't give you exclusives anymore. That's all I heard.
Exactly. And like COD had the
Double XP.
season start type of thing for the Terminator or whatever. So it's like,
yes,
those people are kind of, you know, SOL at this point as far as getting those skins and stuff. So I'm not saying that Sony should pay out a big amount of compensation, but it's like, if you're at the 12-hour mark, give a week. If you're above the 12-hour mark, give a month. Like,
it should be a easily seen thing that you received. It should be a month, and it should be your next month. So your next month, no charge, and then start charging again after. That's what it should be, not this other bullshit. Or money.
Sympathy goes a long
of
way, right? So being able to kind of say, listen, this is for your troubles. And yes, I think a lot of people, considering the fact that you're stealing that money from most of them anyways, like it would be a nice thing to do.
And the thing that kind of pissed me off, because I you know, turn my PS5 on occasion to play GT7 and stuff, and that's still a game. If it doesn't have a network, it doesn't work. Like they had this with GT Sport, where after, I guess, the community complained enough, they made it so it would sync later once the network came back online, kind of thing. So as long as you didn't turn your console completely off, you just put in like rest mode or whatever, you didn't lose whatever progress, didn't get synced up type of thing if the power went out or whatever type of deal. But the fact that they still haven't done that with GT7, and if I'm not mistaken, GT7 is at least 2 years old. It might be going on year 3 at this point, and you don't have a true offline mode. Like, that's unacceptable. And the fact that nobody's really complaining, I mean, I guess it really goes to show what Pharaoh was saying earlier, where, you know, Forza Horizon 5 is probably going to kill GT7 on that platform, just for the fact that, you know, they don't care enough about the customers to have it where they can do that offline mode with cars in your garage. Like, the way it works now, you get one rinky-dink car, no slight at anybody that owns a Suzuki or anything like that, but to only have that one car and be on that one oval track is like ridiculous at this point. Or you could do like the one song thing.
And it's hard to get, and you have to spend a lot of real money to get cars in Gran Turismo. Like, it's not like where you got to grind.
Time. Well, it's, and that's another thing I had to complain about that game when it first came out. Like, I mean, yeah, everybody will say, "Oh, Forza just throws cars at you. You can sneeze in the car." That's fine. At least you have the fun of driving Ferraris without having to have the real life worries of, hey, I gotta pay the insurance or pay you know, X amount of dollars. Like, you can get a Ferrari.
Like, the fun should not be. Go ahead.
No, yeah, you're exactly right. The game is meant to be fun, not have realistic, you know, auctions. Like, I guess, was it Kaz said something like, you should feel the sense of pride earning these cars. It's like, dude, last game,
I mean,
Sport, you could spend $5 and get that Ferrari, right? You have to spend $20 now to get that same $5 Ferrari in GT7. Or spend, I think I calculated it to something like a week and 7 hours or something of doing a certain race to get that amount of money. Like, I mean, I've done the grind on that thing, but I'm not trying to get every car. I got like duplicates of certain cars so I can create or recreate a racing series out of the cars in my garage and stuff. But it's like, when they said that nonsense, it's like the previous game would give me 100,000 for a win in like a fairly decent race that might take me 5 or 10 minutes. Now I'm lucky if I get 30,000. Now they've upped the amount since then, but it's nowhere near what it was. So people were finding like exploits where you can almost have it do the self-drive mode for like an hour and just let the thing run in the background. But that's not fun. Like, you're supposed to be having fun playing this game. And, you know, with no network, there's no game to have fun with. And I'm pretty sure there's other games that have single player modes that have that same thing, where if you have to do a PSN login, you're hosed. And like Pharaoh said, like, even some of the PC games are like that. So they still haven't learned their lesson. Although I think they are starting to back away on the PC, the PSN login on newer games, but I don't think that helps Helldivers, which they pissed off some of that player base and stuff.
Now. So I think what they're doing is they're making it an option. So if you do sign up, you get like the things that were pre-order exclusive,
like
bonuses.
Yeah.
Like they're gonna give that they're gonna give it to you.
I mean, that makes sense. I mean, that's one way of, well, I wouldn't say tricking the
this is
PC players, but
it should have always been an option, right? Like, it should have always been an option. So
no, but that network being down for that long is unacceptable. And the fact that, I was waiting at least for the joking, gaming media to say something stupid like, oh, it's Series S's fault, because they always want to blame the Series S for everything.
Yep.
Even though, was it Warhorse Studios figured out how to make the game, was it Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 better for all platforms thanks to the Series S. But yeah, they didn't even like really question it. They just reported the news. Oh, it's down. Why is it down? When is it coming back up? What does Sony say? It's like crickets over there with the gaming media for the most part. So
that's the thing. They forget how to ask questions conveniently. When it comes to PlayStation, it's like, I know you know how to ask. I know you know how to push. I know you know how to frame things a certain way. So what's going on?
Yeah, every time they want to ask Phil, what he had for lunch and why he farted and why is he
Phil, why does your shit stink?
We need to PlayStation know. Is like, hey, the network's down. Let me write an article of why that's good, because I can go outside and touch grass now. Like, what?
Exactly.
Seriously, the gaming media is like so lopsided. It's ridiculous.
They're afraid of missing out on PlayStation games that don't exist.
Right?
Yeah, those free
my
codes,
gosh.
they'll get blacklisted.
Exactly.
Well said.
Exactly. Farrell, did you get your bars off on the
PlayStation? I just thought it was pretty bad. I mean, I mainly got my bars off, but yeah, I mean, to not say anything as to why you had the outage, I think is quite concerning considering their history and how much customer information they have lost over the years.
Yeah.
Not to tell us exactly what happened, but at least assure us that, your information, nothing happened to your information during this 24-hour outage. Everything is fine. It was just this type of error on our end. Even if it was just a certificate issue, like, just let us know. Like, make us feel comfortable as customers of yours who have been hacked and had our credit card data stolen before, that everything is okay. To not tell us anything, I think was in pretty poor taste.
Facts. Pretty embarrassing, actually, to still have shit like that happen when you could just be like, hey, just getting you guys an update. We figured out the problem. We're working on it. Some shit. Anything that gives them hope, right? We got the homie Service a lot. This is what they really
Service a lot. What's good?
Service a lot. We should pass this up to PlayStation. Maybe they can still make this happen for their fans. With that $2 super chat, appreciate you. Service a lot says Sony should have done a solid and gave them Concord.
Damn.
I agree.
Open up the servers. People might have played a little
100%. Just be like, here, guys. Here's Concord.
Just for you.
We brought it back from the dead just so that you can play it now.
I mean, listen, could they have possibly sparked something?
Hey, maybe
that was a missed opportunity, right? To go ahead and make people feel like, oh shoot, we got something for free. Let's see.
Facts.
Right? I mean, Serif's a lot. You may be onto something.
100%. But yeah, no, that's that.
Rise up, Concordians.
So I want to go off of something.
Yes.
That IRL2 in the chat had brought up, and Fuzzy alluded to the idea, and more on the PlayStation side of it, but the media, they saw this and they wrote things of why it's okay for PlayStation have done this, right? Oh, I guess we get to go outside. We don't have to stress because, before, if we can game, then we are shackled to the house. But if we can't game,
as if that wasn't an option before. Like, you can still go outside, guys. You can do other things.
Exactly.
Like they didn't get the memo.
Exactly.
Especially an entire freaking fan base that doesn't freaking actually buy games, and they're just out there on Twitter talking shit.
They can do that commercial now. Remember that commercial?
Right? Oh my! I feel like a child.
Yeah, they give that commercial now because they didn't have any games in that commercial. No gameplay, no nothing.
There were no games. There were no games at all. Actually, you're right, 100%.
That's how they did it. They're like,
right,
let's see
100%.
what they do.
Well, so the media, yeah, we're doing that, right? They were writing these glowing things about how it's okay for PlayStation to have done this, but one of the media outlets said, you know what? Instead of saying it's okay for PlayStation to do this, what I want to talk about is why Xbox needs to be reminded about something. So over at Windows Central, they put up a article saying PlayStation Network's outage over the weekend will hopefully remind Xbox that investing in your own hardware ecosystem is pretty important too. Now, Farrell, you said something when we were speaking, and you said that even if you were on PC, if the game required the PlayStation Network sign-in, that they could not play as well.
Mm-hmm.
Is that correct? Is that what you told me?
Yes.
Okay. So if even on PC, it could not help them, how and why would Xbox be involved in this conversation?
Xbox should have never been involved in this conversation.
There was literally no reason to say, like, this is a Will Smith moment. You know what I'm saying? This is Will Smith walking up the aisle and just slapping Windows Central in the face, saying, keep my Xbox name out of your motherfucking mouth. Like, there's no fucking reason.
Exactly. I have to agree. There's no freaking reason for this. It's like, damn if you do, damn if you don't. What does this have to do with Xbox? I think we should focus on where the focus is necessary. I think that the media has not taken enough accountability for what is wrong with PlayStation. I think highlighting their shortcomings will actually help them, right? I think that the focus needs to stay on where the issues are.
Yeah.
But this wasn't even about, like, they're not like glazing PlayStation. They're like this place is literally like Xbox is chilling. Everybody's playing their games with no outages, living their best life, and out of nowhere, it's just like, yo, Xbox needs to get their shit together. Like, what the fuck you mean? Like this
didn't happen to us.
So there's a.
What are we talking about, babe? Why? Why mention Xbox? What do they do? Nothing, yo.
Exactly. They didn't do a damn thing.
Well, so Xbox gotta watch out. Because you know.
I won't call them pony bots, but there are this subset of Xbox fans who just fearmonger that Microsoft is gonna off Xbox at some point, and
which is so stupid.
They drive me the craziest, and Jez is definitely one of them at this point. Because I read some of his other tweets, and he was like, you know, Xbox needs to continue to invest in hardware because they're gonna, Satya doesn't value hardware. It's like, I mean, he values the Surface. Surface doesn't sell shit, but they keep making them.
Honestly, I gotta tell you, I honestly don't believe Jez at all with this stuff. I don't think this is real. I honestly don't. I don't think this is just saying, okay, I feel emotional about this, so I'm going to speak. No. I think Jez says, opportunity.
Yeah, this is not a genuine situation where you're like, oh my gosh, what if this happens to Xbox? This would be helpful. I think that PlayStation doesn't get attention when it comes to this stuff. And so they're trying to see how they can incorporate Xbox to get the attention that they need and want. So Xbox, if they have any issues, if they don't have any issues, they make issues up. If PlayStation has a problem, how do we incorporate Xbox into it? And I'm going to go to our boy Bunty real quick over here. Bunty says,
in the building.
Yes, what's good, baby? Happy Tuesday. Thank you for rocking out with us.
Brother. And we did.
Yes.
Have a nice evening.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Bunty.
Thank
Appreciate
you.
you. Thank you, sir.
Bunty says Sony fans never accept fault.
And that's why it doesn't sell.
Exactly.
That's why it doesn't sell. That's why
They
writing a negative PlayStation article does nothing.
They don't click into it. They don't care to hear. They put those blinders on and it does not matter. So if you find a way to link it to Xbox, here you go. You get the attention that you're looking for. And I think, you brought it up, Faro, in the issues that it could cause to go ahead and have the PlayStation show and have a game that wasn't announced with a date, and like Hellblade 2 or Starfield, and have that be out there. These are the problematic issues that we face when it comes to the community, and the fact that they want to cry about everything and anything. This is the problem, because they feel that if they link it to anything that's Xbox negative, Xbox has a problem, and people are going to cry about it and have an issue with it and click on it to see why Xbox bad, or what is now out there about it. And this is, at some point, it has to get to a place where this no longer has power. It is, I think, in my opinion, watering down, but like it needs to get there, and it has to. We have too much greatness going on in order to continue to give to these, people that like to run with this narrative and give this type of presence power.
Well,
facts.
That's just what I think.
I think that what they are doing ultimately is they're doing to PlayStation what PlayStation did to Concord. You keep on putting out all this sunshine and rainbow stuff with PlayStation long enough, they start to believe their press clippings, and you're starting to see these games do worse and worse, and the platform start to suffer as a result of it. That's what I think is kind of happening here, because Xbox gets a lot of negative feedback, and while all of it isn't warranted, Xbox is able to look at that negative feedback and then consider it and make improvements based on that feedback, versus everything that PlayStation does, whether it be their PlayStation Plus service that's actual garbage, or releasing all these remakes and remasters and we act like it's okay. Like, you keep doing that. PlayStation keeps thinking everything's okay, and the market starts telling them different, but the media keeps telling them that it's okay. And eventually, I think, the media is pushing PlayStation to their own demise in some ways, with this false positivity all the time. Like,
I agree.
PlayStation,
I agree.
They need some bad news. When they do bad, they need to know about it. Like, straight up.
Yeah, I think ultimately, like, I feel like no matter what angle you try to put this statement, like this article in, it just, none of it holds weight, right? Like, they know that they, like, I saw Razor, right? Razor, what's up, fam?
Yo,
thank you for being here, brother. Says, I believe Jez said that relying on PlayStation and PSN for revenue on Xbox games is dangerous. That's, God, that's such stupid shit to say.
Yeah.
That's so stupid to say. It's so stupid to say. Okay,
I don't
listen.
see-
If they are releasing their game everywhere, and PlayStation is just another place that they release it, how is that relying?
That's the thing. That's the
How is
thing.
it
How is that
relying?
relying? That's the problem. The the idea of wanting to bring Xbox to their knees, to put that out there, to make it seem as if Xbox shouldn't be making a console or won't be making a console, or they're going third party, or that they need PlayStation in any way. I think, and this is the problem, Xbox doesn't just have to deal with the gallopers. They don't just have to deal with the PlayStation camp. They don't just have to deal with the media, but supposedly with these so-called Xbox fans, right? Pony bots, as some of us call them. And it's like a freaking in disguise, right? It's bullshit. It's a lot to deal with. A lot of shit trying to suppress you. I don't see in any way how the only platform that is dropping games nonstop has a ridiculous amount of studios pushing the industry forward, despite the fact that PlayStation continues to try to hold it back. Yep. And so does the media. They continue to push the boundaries and take it where it needs to go. I don't understand how this narrative is still out there. And the idea that they need PlayStation in any freaking way when they're being backed by $1 trillion company is just bonkers. It truly is.
Stupid. It's so stupid.
It's so stupid.
It's disingenuous, I think, is the harder part of it. Like,
it screams of desperation.
It does. Ricardo nails it, right?
Like, Ricardo was good, baby.
You have the power
Ricardo
to write an
Moncada
article that people are going to look at and see, right? This is what he should have wrote. Just should have said Xbox should offer servers to Sony so they can charge them extra and plus the money they get from games. So, hey, maybe Xbox should look into selling PlayStation or leasing the servers to PlayStation so they don't have these fucking outages like Xbox that rarely has a fucking outage. That is an article that would make sense. Like, oh shit, yeah, they should. That's how you listen. Hey, Xbox, don't just put your games over there. Sell them your servers, right? Some shit like that. That is an article that's like, oh shit, yeah, that makes sense. Go ahead and do that. But coming out here trying to compare the two, saying that Xbox is relying, they're not relying. They're doing the opposite. They're taking away the reliance on any one piece of hardware. They're taking the reliance away of just relying on the console of Xbox. They're putting it everywhere. That's the exact opposite of what you're suggesting, which makes no sense whatsoever. But it does if you're trying to generate clicks to get people like us and any other rational person to sit there and be like, nah, like that's some bullshit, right? Like that's some bullshit in a big way, right? And I'm so sick of the bullshit. And listen, we've gone ahead and we've navigated all the bullshit that's been thrown our way.
We have, from
all the pony bots and the fake Xbox fans crying and shit. We slap all that shit away. Get out of here. Get out of here. We don't give a shit. Get the fuck out of here. Don't watch our show. Deuces. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you're gonna cry because we're not crying, nah. Be out. See you later. Just come back whenever you want. Don't talk shit when you do. That's all. Simple.
It's that simple,
right? But it's like with these types of things, it just feels so like it feels so stupid.
Such a reach.
Yeah, like
again, desperation.
So hard to put Xbox in a negative light for nothing.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Literally.
I mean, I could, at this point, I've been around quite a while. I think most of us have been around quite a while that's on this panel. And it's very early in 2025, but I think it's pretty safe to say that Xbox is going to have possibly the greatest year ever for a publisher / platform owner.
Yes.
Forget the console sales, but I mean, if you look at the amount of output they're putting out and the type of quality, the quality, the release cadence, this is probably we're probably in the middle of the greatest single year a publisher / platform holder has had. So I mean, I don't see. I mean, is it possible Xbox steps on a rake this year? Yes, but until they do, the news regarding the platform and the game should be overwhelmingly positive at the moment. Like we shouldn't be getting articles like this with the type of year that Xbox is about to give us, that we see that they're about to give us.
That's the thing. At what point do you go ahead and say enough with the bullshit and where's the grace, right? Where is, because it's bullying, it's attack after attack for no freaking reason, whether they're involved in something or not. You brought up, yes, step on a rake. Yes, listen, I will argue that if something doesn't come out exactly as expected, again, or something happens with the amount of freaking games that we're getting, there shouldn't be an issue. There shouldn't be bitching. There shouldn't be crying. There shouldn't be whining. They just should. There should not. When you are the sole a platform that is pushing the industry and actually doing it on your own, when you look and you see over at PlayStation, what are they offering this year? What is bringing 2025? What are they bringing? What are they bringing to the table? 2025 is going to be an amazing year in gaming because of Xbox.
Yeah.
Period.
We still don't know what's going to happen. We still don't know what's going to happen with this Switch too. We have no idea.
We don't know. Honestly, as of right now, I have no interest in that freaking Switch 2. They have not shown me why I need to buy it.
Yeah.
Let's see how they show up.
So
facts. Big facts.
Got 2 great games already.
Fucking A.
Exactly.
Dude, you don't even know.
Yeah.
You don't even know. John 907, man. My dude. Thank you for being here, man. Just haven't seen it in a minute. What's going on, player? Says any fool can see Xbox is dominating games now. Imagine saying 5 years ago Xbox would be supplying a PlayStation 5 Pro its games. It's golden times.
Absolutely.
Facts.
Absolutely.
Facts. 100%. 100%. Amit says, have you seen Windows Central site? It's 80% ads, 20% article. I gotta tell you, yo, like I'm getting more and more frustrated looking at these sites. Like you see how I didn't click into it?
Yep.
Because I'm like unless there's something like a piece of information
X out of it. It just pops into.
It just keeps going. Yep. Same thing with the Inside Gaming. I don't know if you see that one, the Inside Gaming website. Just like you'll be looking at something, boom, something pops up. Like since when did this become like normal? This is like the old movies that used to kind of try to think of what the future was gonna be like, and like how they just like ridiculously just put ads in front of your face nonstop. You're like, oh my god, that's not like you're being dramatic. No one's ever gonna do that, right? No, that's what the
fast forward to today.
Yeah,
bro. You look through, like I have a big screen here, and if I click on one of these websites, I get like this much of a window. There's ad up here, ad down here, this much of a space for the actual article, and then there's in that space, there's boxes that with ads, and then a box will just take over the whole fucking space. And like what? Like,
and they try to trick you where the X is. They try to trick you where the X is now, so that you accidentally click on the ad.
Yeah. That's so annoying.
Like it's wild. So like I'm not like, I don't know. I'm not about that life. So unless there's something particular that I need to see, like I'm not gonna click on this. Jez, I'm sorry.
I mean, it's just it smells like bull crap. And it's like I don't need to entertain this nonsense. At some point it has to end.
100%.
But this is why, like, you know, again, how do you kill the narrative about Xbox games bad, Xbox games being shit, right? And benefit from it. Put them on PlayStation. Then they'll stop talking crap about the games, right? If they're everywhere, they can't do it. You know, and we talk about the narrative and what it's doing to PlayStation, and the idea that PlayStation thought that in any way AstroBot winning Game of the Year or buying Game of the Year or, you know, whatever the heck they went ahead and did, bribe Game of the Year, whatever it was that took place here, because we know it wasn't earned. was going to go ahead and put a spotlight on it and help them with the sales. I mean, they were sadly mistaken. I'm glad that that didn't play out in the way that they thought. And they're in the same situation as if they had not ready to bundle it up.
You know, Fuzzy, I feel bad because I feel like because we can't see you, it's hard to know if you're
trying to say something.
Something. Like normally, like I'll look at Pharaoh and I'll see him like
the gestures,
like, ready to like hop in. And it's like, okay, here you go. So I feel bad, Fuzzy.
But I didn't want to interrupt because you guys have definitely pointed out that there is the skew even amongst some of the Xbox centric media sites that bring up stories that aren't even. I wouldn't say they aren't relevant. They're ill timed or ill positioned in a way where this isn't an issue where Xbox should have even been brought up, other than like what one of the people in the chat said, where sell them servers so they have less of these downtime issues. Like I would say in this generation, I could think of at least 4 times that PlayStation has had service down for pretty close to this time period. When it comes to Xbox, I can only think of 2, and all of them have been under 6 hours. In fact, I think one was like 20 minutes and the other one was like an hour and maybe 20 minutes. And typically when live goes down, it doesn't completely go down. The thing I've noticed is whenever there's a major change coming to Game Pass, like when Diablo came to Game Pass, it was right around that time when you start seeing it in Game Pass that it was down. And I think something behind the scenes, some of the coding to get that, game that was originally Blizzard, now that it's first party, I think that sometimes screws up the network, because it wasn't that it wasn't that it was down where you couldn't play games online. It was like, oh, you don't own Diablo anymore. I know goddamn well I own Diablo. I paid the $100 edition, so I know I own it. So it's usually things along those lines where if there's a network hiccup, it's that. And it's fixed within 2 hours. Hey, we hear it. We hear your concerns. We know it's down. Check back with us in 20 minutes. We're working on this, and this. And, you have that rapport with Xbox where they keep you in the loop, or at least it feels like they keep you in the loop. While you can almost imagine the 20 to 200 people in the background, flicking switches and changing wires or whatever they got to do to get this up and running. But when it comes to PlayStation, it just feels like, well, we got your money, so what are you going to do? Type of thing. They seem to
sit tight and wait
about it. Exactly, and this was not a time to bring up Xbox, other than sell them servers. I think I understand where he was trying to go with this, but I still don't see the parallel. I still, like, if anything, it would have been a better article if you're not going to talk about selling them servers, talk about how being a multi-platform gamer benefits you. When your PlayStation network is down, hop on your Xbox or hop on your PC. Obviously, if you're only going to center around one ecosystem, you kind of limit yourself. Plus, you're more susceptible to these things. I mean, obviously more so if you're on PlayStation, but the only time, like I said, this generation I can think of were 2 times, and one of them was centered around Diablo coming to Game Pass. The other one was some other change to Game Pass or something. I think it may have been when they ended the test run for the family plan or something, and I think that screwed up things for like an hour or 2. But he should have been talking about, hey, Satya, make sure, or if anything, just, hey, make sure we continue to push things forward with digital rights ownership. So that way you don't have to worry about that, check in every once a month or whatever it is now type of thing, which they've had that before, because those conversations came up when they were down for like an hour. It's like, hey, if my home Xbox isn't my home Xbox at the time, and I'm only limited to 6 changes a year, is there a quicker way to, get this done? Or if I keep my Xbox offline or whatever the case may be, keep pushing forward with a lot of those digital rights management or digital rights ownership type things. That is another thing that I would see being a better conversation for Windows Central to talk about. But this was not the right time or article or any of that. This should have been solely focused on, hey, aren't you glad you own an Xbox? Game Pass is still functioning, and you can play your games, and you can share your games and all that stuff. So
if you want to incorporate them, even just address the fact that PlayStation is not speaking up on it, right? Unlike Xbox, like you mentioned, they do keep you on the loop. You do feel they keep you on the loop to the point that a lot of these people feel entitled to demand, right? Information ASAP. And so if you are pampered to the point that you feel entitled and you see how PlayStation is handling the situation, why don't you blast them for it? And maybe, I don't know, highlight the brand you claim to love, but you keep shedding on constantly. I'm just saying, actions, they speak so loudly. And for you to go out there, and when you are writing these things, you are essentially doing it for the wrong
advertising
reasons.
Dollars and clicks.
For advertising, for the attention. It says a lot about who you are as a person, though. Like, honestly, when you are out there and you're like, okay, well, instead of being transparent, I'm going to figure out how to spin this, even though it's affecting an entire brand, right? It's crazy to me. In a community, though, there are people that care about, obviously, the brand, the box, the games. You're affecting all those people. You shouldn't use your power and abuse it in that way. I'm just saying, like, there's so much about it. There are layers to it.
There are layers.
Yes, there are.
Well, he has to be aware that, like, the Xbox tax, and I know some people will say it's not real. It's definitely real in the sense that there's a lot of gaming journalists out there that skew or lean more towards PlayStation because that's what they grew up on, or that's who's buttering their bread because they get free game codes on a whim to their quote unquote preferred platform at the time. So there are times where I wish he would take a step back and look at maybe a bigger picture or a better focus. Like, I know it's probably an old sore wound, but I kind of wish that some of the 2013 talk could be revisited, not to bring up, the battle scars or anything, but hey, is there ever going to be an opportunity or chance to, make it so we can sell or trade digital games? Like, we got the game sharing, and that's awesome, and we're also going to get the, owned games where we can stream those. But what if we could sell them? Or what if we could trade them? Is that something that Xbox could be interested in? That, to me, would be the thing to bring up. Or start bringing up the tougher questions for future hardware, because once again, some of this article is kind of, set as if they're not already making the next gen console. We already heard Sarah Bond say it's going to be the biggest technological leap.
Yeah.
We already saw we already saw Jason Ronald at CES talking about the software that will probably be the backbone to that handheld, coming out later this year. So you'll probably be able to install it on your ROG Ally or Legion Go. Start asking the tough questions. Hey, will this handheld be able to play the console games I already own and the PC games? Or is one of them going to be streamed, or is one of them going to be emulated? I mean, that might be a little early to get those answers, but those should be the things we start talking about. Because if what I imagine that they're working on now for the next hardware becomes a reality, we will be able to play those console games and PC games on one device, which now at that point kind of eliminates my need for a Steam Deck. And to be able to install the Steam OS or Steam Store on that same device, I have the best of all worlds at that point. I have my Game Pass and my Xbox library bundled in with my Steam library that I can, access on a whim. and some of the PlayStation games are on Steam, so you get everything on that one device. I mean, I would much rather see more articles about Xbox in that regard, because it just feels like the gaming media can't let things go. Like, what is it? PlayStation canceled, 8 games in these past couple of years, right? Canceled
About
8 games.
10, 11, yeah.
Well, 10, 11. So are they talking about them this week? Will they talk about them next week? No, right? But Scalebound was canceled 8 years ago, and every time a game or it's believed the game is delayed, somehow Scalebound gets brought up. I mean, sometimes we're not even talking about canceled games and Scalebound gets brought up, but we don't hear anybody talking about any
By the way, just a friendly reminder.
Yeah, exactly.
Hey, where is Factions? You know what I'm saying?
Exactly. But, can we just move on from the bullshit?
But
go ahead, Farrell.
I was gonna say, like, the article this week, with everything that's been going on with PlayStation, it should serve as a reminder of why it's time to buy an Xbox. Like, the fact that, like, a lot of the things that PlayStation gamers are complaining about, Xbox is now providing. Like, one, all the games you're about to buy are in Game Pass.
Mm-hmm.
Y'all been begging for themes for forever. Xbox allows you to do themes. You can even do your own custom backgrounds on your Xbox.
Mm-hmm.
That's something that you can't do on PlayStation anymore. And the fact that, like, PlayStation just fired their whole UI UX team, so themes aren't coming now. And then you got this massive outage with no explanation for why you have an outage. Like, the article should have been about why do you need to diversify and have more than one console, or just switch over to Xbox in general. Like, you should, like, this would be the time. This weekend was the time to talk about the benefits of having an Xbox and why people should be looking at it more, as opposed to why Xbox needs to keep investing in hardware. Like, you're telling Xbox that they need to invest in hardware through an article. Like, how many people at Xbox are reading that article? Like, come on now.
The narrative that Xbox has to take notes from PlayStation is just sickening. That's what it comes down to. Xbox take notes. Even when they fail, here, take notes. This is what it's all about. I don't know how else it needs to be spelled out that Xbox is not playing the PlayStation game anymore. They've left them over there running around in circles, and they're doing their own freaking thing. They got sick of it. They got done. They're done with it. And thank goodness that they did. I want to go to Rayuart real quick. Rayuart says, Jess loves the praise from ponies. And listen, this is something I clicked on because it's something I've noticed. A lot of people out there want the praise from the freaking ponies, and they want, like, the acceptance of the ponies, as if the gallopers are out there to somehow, in some way, play kumbaya. They're freaking delusional. Unless you are under narrative, their crazy delusional narrative, it doesn't suit them, right? So I don't understand where this necessity of feeling this acceptance and this okayed, for being okayed from the gallopers, as if their say-so has any value. It's just ridiculous to me. I don't know where it comes from. I don't know where's the need for it. I don't know where you can't just look at your opinion and that's just the one thing that it's valid because it's your own and you should stand on that. That's bullshit.
Yeah, I think sometimes people just get into that they have to fit in crowd type of thing. And I know we've, on this podcast as well as other podcasts, we've joked about the cabal in the gaming media. It feels like they're always trying to be the cool kids, which I always wonder. It's like, hey, you guys crap on Xbox controllers using batteries, but I have a PlayStation controller too, and that internal battery sucks. Like, literally after a couple of years, you're lucky to get 4 hours of use out of it. Maybe I'm a crazy gamer and I have gaming sessions of more than 4 hours, but it's like, and then the response is, well, you should have a second controller to charge it. I'm the only one playing on my PS5. Why do I need a second controller?
Why do you need two controllers? Yeah, exactly.
Do I have
Like,
a
you
second
shouldn't
car when the
have
other one
to.
runs out of gas? No, that's
have to.
stupid. No, that's
Well,
stupid.
no,
So
you
why
need
not
to
have a second controller?
you need to sit within 5
Tell
feet
him.
of your PlayStation 5.
Yo,
Wow.
that's wild. Let's go.
Wow.
Keep it
It's
always
true
plugged up.
though.
Yeah, but
It's true. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous.
I think the most ridiculous thing is that they said that you had to get a PS5 to fix the controller charging issues so that your controller battery won't die as fast.
yeah, like
Instead of just pushing the firmware update to the base PlayStation 5s.
Because with
Yeah.
PlayStation is you adapt or you figure it out or you buy more. With Xbox is Phil, come and fix it. Or you should be fired because you don't know how to manage or make consoles or make controllers or make games. It's bullcrap is what it is. But at what point, when you see all the studios that we have, when you see all the games that we have, at what point do you start to live in your own skin and start to feel like the cool freaking kids? When you see them across the yard with nothing but a stick to play with, and you're over here tossing them games, like, here, go ahead. Here, go ahead. And they are just waiting for you to look over and hand them something to play with when they are at the mercy of your games. When do you start to feel like the freaking cool kid? How about we start uplifting the Xbox brand and what everything that it has to offer? And maybe you can start, suiting up and living in that truth.
Yeah, I can't.
It's embarrassing and it's ridiculous. How much more do you want in order for you to go ahead and start being a part of what we're getting? If not, get the fuck out. Get the fuck out. Get the fuck out.
Yeah, because I
feel like that's a hook to a song.
Yeah,
get the fuck out. Get the fuck out. I'm ready for it, baby.
Let's go.
Let's fucking go.
Get to packing. Don't tell anybody and just go.
I don't get how PlayStation fans aren't talking more about how, like, the people who actually understand gaming all just got fired. And now all you have is fucking Herman Hulst running the show. And it just, oh my gosh, like,
he ain't even running the show.
But he's
circus.
He's still running first party, which is horrible. Like,
he's not running it. He's just the contact point for Nishino.
That's even
Nishino
worse.
doesn't want to look. He doesn't want. Listen, Nishino is like, he's like the stepdad, right? That just came in, right? And he's like, those PlayStation games, those are the ugly stepkids that I don't love. Yeah. I don't want to look at that shit. So you are the mama. You deal with that shit. I'm not looking at those kids. You live in my house now. This is what Nishino is saying to them. He doesn't want nothing to do with those stupid ass kids. But if you're gonna spend $1 on those little shits, you better tell me, and I'll let you know if that's gonna happen. That's where Nishino is. Okay,
but that's the point I'm getting at. It feels like nobody at the head of PlayStation knows anything about games anymore. Nobody.
They're all gone, bro.
Yeah,
they're all gone. And we know, fun fact, Herman Hulst never knew about games. That's the funny part.
That's what's funny.
Right?
So it's like,
dude in charge.
He was like,
all these
card, the Star Wars, Star Wars, Star Wars.
That's not a positive comment. Get the fuck out.
We're buying the building, guys. We're buying the building. Book that shit.
And it sounds.
Oh God.
It sounds like Neil Druckmann's almost on his way. He's halfway out the door now. Also, so after you lose Neil Druckmann, you don't have nobody at PlayStation that you can trust to get you a good game. Like, nobody.
Neil Druckmann already said he's gone.
Yeah.
He said my daughter only has a few years left to give a fuck about who I am, so I'm going to show up. So this Intergalactic, you don't think he's already seen how they're talking shit about it, how it's so negatively viewed? You think he's like, stay here and fix this shit and still have them trash me, or go spend time with my daughter?
Go spend time with my daughter and listen, keep my name intact though. This is a risk they're also taking.
So like all of PlayStation first party is gonna hang on Cory Barlog? Because I mean, like, who knows
Corey,
the game
that
industry?
motherfucker might as well be a troll under a fucking bridge. He's gone. You don't fucking see him.
But that's what I'm saying. Like, who at PlayStation do you trust now to make games or to understand the games business and the games people care about? Because it doesn't look good over there right now. But we're so focused on Xbox.
I still have a conspiracy theory. The only reason why Herman Hulst is still in the building is because Ted Price decided to retire early. Like, remember how this all went down, where Nishino took over PlayStation and Herman Hulst is still, in charge of first party, even though he has to answer to Nishino now. I think that's because they probably wanted Ted Price to step up from Insomniac and be like, hey, you want to run first party? You know these people. You know about games. You ran Insomniac for all these years. He was like, he looked at that soup sandwich. He was like, I'm getting the fuck up out of here.
Well, I don't even know that though, because it doesn't seem like they have a clear succession plan at Insomniac.
True.
So it's like
he picked up his ball and left. He's like, I'm out.
They have 3 people who took over that one position.
Yeah, because they weren't prepared for him to step down. It was abrupt.
Yeah.
Well, he said that he made the decision last year and has been working on getting his successor lined up. He just couldn't find any one person that could do what he can do. So they said, let's get these 3 motherfuckers out here to come run this bitch.
Most people, when they plan on retiring, they give like more than a year heads up.
Yeah.
Usually you get more than a year.
I mean, even the company has an idea. It's like, oh, you've been here for 20-something years, almost 30 years.
So, I mean,
I'm telling you, I think they went to 10. I know last year he was planning to leave, but I think they went to 10. They're like, yo, fuck Herman Hulst, we want you. And he was like, fuck you, I'm out. You know what I'm saying? Like, I just feel like it was clean cut. I just feel like he said, nah, I'm good. Be easy. Best of luck to you. I'm gonna go fucking grow tomatoes now. Okay? I'd rather do that shit than fucking work at this goddamn fucking Titanic ass ship that's sinking. You know what I'm saying? Like that's where he is.
It feels like nothing good is going on over there outside of the PlayStation Store and the console sales. Like, it just doesn't. I don't know. Like, Ghost of Yote doesn't feel good. That Intergalactic game, I actually like the aesthetic of the game, but if people aren't gonna buy it, it doesn't matter what I think. Like, I thought the little space concept looked cool. I like space games, so I'm like, okay, I'm willing to give this a shot. The combat didn't look horrible. I'm like, but everyone went the whole woke whatever.
Dude, if she didn't shave her head, nobody would have said anything.
Yeah,
or if it was a dude shaving her head, one way or the other. Okay, either put some hair on her or have it be a dude shaving his head, and nobody would have said anything. But because it was a woman shaving her head, game's over. What? Like, they accepted. Think about this, guys. They accepted. Man, what's her fucking name?
Abby.
Abby. Whew, shit. I mean, they gave Abby shit, but they were like, listen, she's ripper than 99% of the dudes that walk the earth, but she has long hair. Acceptable. Okay. They show us a
That's
frail,
where they draw the line. They're like,
woman, right?
Yep.
Who would, not have any of those comparisons, but no hair. That's the line. The line's over.
That's the line.
You can make the woman whatever you want, but if a woman, gotta have hair on the head. You know what I'm saying? That's it. That's the way they look at it, and that's what has happened.
She was stunned. She had this poor spaceship. I was like, all right,
she had the dope ass sneakers.
Yeah,
she had a shitty stereo system, but
hey, Sony, what are you going to do?
They need to give her like a wig power up or something. Like, oh, put the purple wig on. And it's like you can.
The next time we see her, that bitch gonna have flowing locks. It's gonna be fucking. This bitch gonna be tangled. She's gonna be Rapunzel in this bitch. Fucking locks down the fucking block. You'll see.
If it's there you want.
It's like, how long? That's gonna be part of the game. You're gonna be able to choose the length of how long you want to cut her hair. She starts with that shit down the block, and you fucking move a pair of scissors up or down. You choose How long do you want it?
Oh my god.
Man.
Fuck you! I'm not. You're not clicking.
What?
How dare you?
Oh, my bad. My
How
bad.
dare you? I read that shit. Razor. You got your 1 second that shit was on the screen. I reading that shit trying to play me. Oh man. Oh my god. Facts. Wig microtransaction. That's crazy.
God, that's hilarious. Can you imagine? These Gallopers will go crazy over it.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Agreed.
I have a wig in every
That's
color. I only
amazing.
spent $300.
Facts. That's
But you know, like Neil Druckmann actually takes a lot of thought into his character creation, though. It kind of makes sense for her to have the bald look, because if you're fighting, you don't want people grabbing your hair. So, I mean,
yeah.
I mean,
but she's using
makes
swords. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I don't know how many sword fights end up with somebody pulling somebody else's hair, but I'm pretty sure they keep a certain distance.
Listen,
with the sword game.
that's
You know
not
what
the
I'm saying?
point. Like, it's swinging the sword, right? What if she chops off her own fucking hair?
yeah, you got that too.
Saying,
Yeah, man, it's a lot of
Realistic.
consideration. A lot of considerations, you know. And that wasn't no regular sword. That was like kind of lightsaber-ish. So
exactly.
That's true too.
Oh,
That's
man.
true too. I'm just saying, there's been a
might
lot
touch your
of
hair to catch on fire.
Star Wars. I don't think there's a bald woman in Star Wars, and they all got lightsabers and shit flying around. So
they got the Force, you know, their cheat code.
I mean, I'm saying, give this bitch the Force. You know what I'm saying? Let's go all in, right?
Hey,
let's make it work.
Herman tried to make Concord a Star Wars game, so why not?
Facts.
He did. Man, every time.
That's hilarious.
I wonder if they would have had a crossover.
With what, Star Wars?
Yeah, if Intergalactic or whatever the hell that game, and would have had a crossover if it didn't flop. Yeah, if it didn't flop.
With Concord. Oh man.
Yeah, no, I don't know. I don't know if that would work, but I will say this. Tomorrow's gonna be interesting. It's gonna be interesting. It's gonna be interesting to see what they show. Are they going to show up? Are they going to show us more Intergalactic? I forgot about Intergalactic, to be honest with you. Maybe they'll be like, listen, guys, it's actually going to be good, and show us more. We don't know, but I'm definitely intrigued to see it. We are going to stream it. It's at 5 p.m. Eastern, so
we'll see how that goes.
We'll see what happens. Only 40 minutes, so
661 wants to clarify that grabbing hair has multiple meanings.
True. You ain't lying.
That's wild.
Listen to him. How much do we have to super?
Thursday's going to be even better.
On and change wigs during the show.
What happened?
What you say, Farrell?
I said Thursday is going to be even better. Sony earnings.
Oh,
report.
for sure. Oh, yes.
Maybe that's why the state of play. It's like we got nothing.
They have to report that.
To show it.
Yeah, because they're going to have to report that Concord loss at some point. So I'm guessing this will be the earnings call if they do. I think, bad news, good news, bad news, I guess, with, outage, state of play. We lost hella money.
So they're going to try to say, hey, guys, listen, we do have games, even though the earning report shows that we're dog shit. We'll see, man.
Our friends at Xbox are helping us out.
Yeah, they got to claim that Concord lost eventually. So, because they didn't claim it on their last earnings report, so can't hide it forever.
Oh, we'll see, man. We will see. So yeah, guys, this is where we're gonna wrap it up, man. Thank you guys so much.
Shout out to Bunty.
Appreciate y'all.
Bunty says was watching the interview on South of Midnight. Great job, you two. Thank you so much, Bunty. Guys, if you haven't checked it out, check out our interviews. And check out our preview.
Razor Ultron says, I want to see CMoney in a mullet wig.
What?
Sarissa says $50 or $10 gifted memberships. Or 10 gifted memberships. CMoney will change his wig. Well, you got to buy the wigs.
We have to get the wig.
So there needs to be an upfront bulk. You got to map out what wigs and how much they cost. You guys got to fund the wigs.
Yeah, send us the wigs.
And
we'll,
then
we'll give you an address.
we'll do the
And then
do the $50 super chat. I'll change my wig during the thing. All right, you go do that, no problem. You gotta supply the wigs though. No, but guys, thank you so much, man.
Thank you,
Appreciate
guys.
y'all. It was fun to be back.
Yes.
We had a good time, man. So thank you all. Appreciate you. Appreciate
you guys.
You know what it is? Because what I see, this sounds like some OnlyFans shit. Who are saying? It does. This is what they shouldn't be. Admit, listen to what these people are saying to do. Do you know what I'm saying?
I know.
We
This is
Rachel, we have a
Look,
PO box.
look,
How do you think we get our
look.
coffee from our boy Dark Angelic?
Yes, we have a PO box too.
Oh man. That's
Man,
right.
if y'all send CMoney a toupee, I'll be no more good.
That's a problem. That's a problem. Oh my god.
Toupee Thursdays.
Oh my god. Right, you are the CMoney wigs fund that $2.
I find these wigs. You guys gotta present them. You gotta find the wigs you want.
To our PO box.
I ain't shopping for that.
Pick colors that don't make sense either. Like get them like a purple
Nah,
one.
these motherfuckers gotta have me so much shit.
You gotta get a mustard one and an olive green one.
Yeah, mustard one.
Fuzzy, a mustard
I
wig.
have to make it clear that I'm not doing this because
That'll be
like a
hilarious.
bunch of fucking wigs. I'm just gonna show up at a PO box show. Look at this motherfuckers. Look at them. Get that wig ASAP with that $2. Yo, wigs are expensive, yo. Dark Angelic, thank you so much. Homie.
Yeah, you don't.
Of course,
You don't want no crappy ass wig. You gotta get nice hair.
I need that real hair. I need that real.
Luscious.
Party City shit. You know
Look, King tries to put you in a rainbow clown, bro.
Nah, this is what we'll do. I'll get a whole wall, right? I'll put them all up on the wall at different price ranges. Like the real bad shit gotta go way up. Go way up. Fuck you, that one guy. I don't see what he knows how much wigs cost. Wow. Yeah, wildin'. Oh my god. Yeah, wow.
Oh my god.
Oh Jesus. All right, guys, we're gonna get out of here. Thank y'all so much. Remember,
thank you guys.
We will be back tomorrow for it shouldn't be too long. It's just to check out the state of play. And we can see in real time if it was good or not. We're gonna say, oh, that was pretty good, or laugh at them. And we'll see. We'll see. I'm excited. But guys, thanks again. Shout out to everybody who was here in the building with us live. Man, thank you so much. Appreciate y'all. Thank you to everybody who super chatted. You guys are the shit. Thank you to the homie Do You K, now me, for gifting a membership. And of course, the homie Mash for gifting 10 new memberships, man. We appreciate y'all so much. Of course, we had Do You K, now me was the first super chat with $2. And our biggest super chat of the day was from our boy Hargeisha with that $20 super chat, man. I appreciate you. Of course, we're gonna shout out our elite members, the homie Big Boy Mike and Dark Angelic. And of course, our inner circle member, our boy Big Mix Gaming. Appreciate you, fam. And shout out to the first 3 people who were in the chat. Of course, we have our boy Music 72, IRL2, and Jesse B.
Yes,
you guys are the shit. I've seen a lot of wig talk.
I highlighted that one because it said let me see, where was it? The long blonde wig. I have
the one you have.
I have one of those. I have a purple one and a blue hair, but I don't think they're gonna fit.
No, no, you gotta get a man size. Right, you are gave says CMoney gonna sell his bath water next. Fucking wow. Razor said CMoney be looking like Fabio and shit. Avowed is not released tomorrow. No,
13th early access.
13th early access. So, well, I guess technically it's the 12th right now. So, yes.
Oh, yes. Shoot.
Oh my God. Spartan says I actually donate my hair that I grow for Locks of Love. Look at that.
Oh,
beautiful.
That's
Spartan.
dope.
You see that? There you go. There you go. All right.
Love that.
Of course, we got our homies with us live, man. Thank you so much. The homie Farrell, the homie Fuzzy. You guys are the shit.
Yes.
Thank you, my brothers.
Thank you, guys.
For being here. Appreciate you. Why don't you let everybody know where to find you, Farrell?
Hey, everybody. You can find me Mondays, 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Vitamin G podcast channel right here on YouTube. Yeah, come rock out with us.
Yes.
Sweet. And of course, our boy Fuzzy Belvedere in the building, making his bi-weekly return. Did we book out that far? Did we settle on the next 2 weeks?
I think so.
Okay.
After February, it gets a little dicey because what do you call them? HorrorCon season starts. So we'll see how things go. But
nice.
It's always awesome being on here with you guys. Always love doing this with y'all and Pharaoh. Thanks everybody in the chat. Make sure you guys hit that like button. Subscribe if you haven't already. Greatly appreciate it.
Thank you, Fuzzy.
And then for those that want to hear my rambles and rants on anything gaming related, just find me on social media. Do a search for Fuzzy Belvedere. You'll find me. And then Fridays at 6 p.m., although not this Friday because it's Valentine's Day, but normally Friday at 6 p.m., you can check out me and my wife's podcast for Fright Night with Ferocious Fee. I just forgot the name of the movie that we're supposed to be doing. I think it's Humane. Humane will be the one for next Friday. So check out that movie. Nice. Join us. We can, chit chat about it. And then I think last week was Skinwalkers. So if you're into werewolf movies, it wasn't one of my favorites, but it's still a fun time. So definitely check out the podcast from last week. But thank you guys so much for having me on.
Thank you for being here, Fuzzy. Always a great time with you guys.
Man. Appreciate you guys. Thank you again, man, for rocking with us. You guys are the shit. Remember, we should be back tomorrow for the PlayStation showcase. But we will most certainly be back on Thursday night at 8 p.m. for the On Point Gaming Podcast. I'm hesitating because we might be doing night shift on Thursday. Maybe. We'll see. Because we will, like Fuzzy just said, Friday is obviously Valentine's Day, and you guys know very well who my Valentine is. Ooh. My lovely lady. So we will be out and about. So after that, Saturday we'll be back. I'll be back with
morning call.
The morning call, On Point morning call for members only. And if I'm not mistaken, believe him and the mic is back Saturday night.
I think so.
I believe so. So definitely check that out. And then we'll be back Sunday for Morning Quest.
Yes.
Guys, thank you again. We appreciate y'all. We're going to go ahead and end the show the way we end every single show. Doodle.
Yes.
We're done.
We are.
Until next time.
You're intruding.
You're intruding.